Hello. Hello. What's going on, guys? I do live in a studio. What's up, Jennifer? What's up, Sandy? Making some coffee really quick, y'all. Can't debate because you're right. That's what I'm talking about. Hello.
Hello. How you doing, host?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
I voted for Trump, but I have a lot of criticisms of him. Sure.
You sound really muffled.
Oh, sorry. You can hear me now?
There you go.
Okay, yeah. I voted for Trump, but I have, criticisms of him, and yeah, I just voted for him though.
Okay. Is there anything you still like about him?
I mean, between the two choices, he was the more nationalist version of for a president.
Nationalists?
Yeah, because I think we both know that there's somebody that actually controls both parties, correct?
No. I feel like that's conspiracy.
It's conspiracy,
Yeah.
but then you have lobbyists accepting or giving off millions of dollars to make their opinions into legislation, right?
Yeah. Then you have Trump, who has 15 billionaires in his administration.
Agreed. Agreed. And that point proves me further. Is it controlled by a certain type of people?
I don't think there's like a cabal. I think like when rich people definitely influence our politics. I think that Trump's got
Yeah.
them in there directly pulling levers, though.
Okay. And who specifically are those rich people?
I don't know. Who are they?
I mean, is it in a certain country that's lobbying? Is it a certain type of person?
Are you just talking
Is
about
it
Israel?
a mutual? I'm not trying to get this live flagged or whatever, but I'm saying, is it in a wrong context to say that?
I think they affect our politics. They don't have the grasps that
Oh, they
y'all think
affect.
they do. Yeah.
Right. But accepting 6 million in Kamala's end or 200 million in Trump's end, that's just opinionated, right?
Yeah. That I mean, Kamala got what, $1 billion. Trump got like $750 million.
What?
Hello.
Yeah, you misspoke there. Well, she had like 6 million the last time I checked the tracker thing. But Trump, hundreds of millions of dollars. But the point is it true that both sides are controlled by a certain type of people?
They're definitely not controlled solely by a $6 million donation. That's for sure.
By what?
By a
I,
six
I'm talking
million
about.
dollar
I'm
donation.
talking about. I'm talking about an overall aspect of APOC because we know it's not just $6 million going to one specific person.
Yeah, I know,
Is that
but
wrong?
there's plenty of other PACs out there, right, doing the same thing,
Which
lobbying
one?
both sides.
Which
Uh,
country does it?
which country? I don't know. The gun lobby does it.
Okay.
The pharmaceutical companies do it.
Yeah, big pharma does. Yeah, but you understand if China were to have something like this, they'd be called out as like this federal agent type of thing, right?
Yeah, China doesn't let money in their politics.
That's no. My point is, I'm saying if we had a Chinese lobbyist, or whatever, and they were funding into our politics, we'd be calling them out and calling them a federal agent of some sorts, right?
Yeah, sure.
So why can't we hold the Jewish community accountable for this?
Dude, you guys are insane.
How is it
Yeah,
insane?
what do we need to do to the Jewish community?
Cleanse. Simple as
I don't
that.
think
Cleanse
we
it
need
out
to
of
do
politics.
anything to the Jewish community.
I mean, and continue having terrible politicians. You're gonna keep going on debate channels and try to make it into like an argument of who's better, Democrat or Republican. There's no argument to this. Both are the same fucking coin.
I don't think so. You just said it's 6 million versus 200.
I mean, the amount of
Who's
money is
being
meaningless when
being
you're accepting it.
controlled?
The amount of money in an individual means nothing if you're accepting millions of it.
I mean, it certainly does. You got to think about all the other millions that they have. They're just like, well, yeah, Israel gave me a measly $6 million, and this other country.
If I get one apple and you get two, I still got an apple nonetheless. It makes no sense.
It definitely does. Like like nobody's going to send us to war over $6 million.
But you're talking about an individual aspect. The
Yeah.
overall APOC thing, it's mostly Democrat. It's in a majority.
What? You just told me
Yes.
it was $200 million for Trump and $6 million for Kamala.
200, but yeah, as a money amount. But if we put them all into in totals, the Democrat Party is a majority.
Okay, I'll take
So-
your word for that.
My point is it wrong to say that both sides are controlled by one person or a specific type of
No,
people?
it isn't. It's stupid. That's like like politics is so much more dynamic than that. It's so silly to think that both sides are controlled all the way by AIPAC.
Then why
It's
doesn't
silly.
Epstein list come out when Biden was president and now when Trump is president?
I don't know why. Why does Epstein have anything to do with this?
What is Epstein?
Huh?
What is Epstein?
What is?
He's Jewish.
Oh yeah, I
You
know.
didn't know that?
Yeah, I know. And some say that he was like some sort of. He could have been like an Israeli agent. Yada yada yada.
Okay.
Dude, I think it's silly, dude.
How is it silly? He's a child predator.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, so you're admitting you're in a part of a group that is just a lobbyist scum, correct?
I'm part of a group that's being lobbied by scum.
Yeah.
As much as you are, I guess.
No, I at least I'm the one calling it out that American politics is flawed as fuck with this shit.
Dude, I
You're-
sit here,
you're-
I
you're in
criticize
denial about
politics
this.
all day. Nobody's sitting here. Dude, people's obsession over the Israeli, like, they need to get out, but it's not controlling all of politics.
It definitely is.
No,
You're just
it's
living in a bubble.
$200 million is not enough.
You're still going on the topic of an individual payout. I'm talking about the overall lobbying machine of it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. They lobby a lot of our Congress people. Yeah, I'm sure it's got to go. It's got to go.
If you're
I'm not
giving
gonna sit
hundreds
here-
of thousands, millions of dollars, you just all you're doing is sending it just for like an opinion change or something, or like I don't get what you're trying to say.
Hold on. All right, I'm back.
Yep. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is a. I
I
mean,
don't know,
American politics is owned by somebody or people.
It's not owned by just one set of people. That's so silly.
Oh yeah,
It's so
absolutely. Yeah.
simple-minded.
It's mostly influenced by one certain people. Let me help you with that.
Dude,
Mostly.
dude,
I'll give you that.
This is called anti-Semitism, bro.
Define it.
being against Semites,
You
being
can't use the
against
definition with the definition itself. What is it?
being racist towards Jewish people.
How am I racist?
You're saying that Jewish people control all of politics?
Then release a list.
Then release the list. That's not a rebuttal to me
That
saying
is
that's
absolutely a rebuttal.
anti-Semitic.
You're proving the point that politics isn't American no more, right?
I can't believe this is real life.
I mean, how is it not real life? I'm
Saying
curious.
release the list does not make it not racist.
So you're talking about a possible Mossad agent that was in love with children and had a whole sex ring that doesn't want the list to release because a lot of people that are powerful are in it. It can't be in conversation of, hey, maybe certain type of people are in power. I don't get what you're trying to say. Biden had the opportunity to release it, didn't want to do it. Trump has the opportunity. Now all of a sudden the fucking list doesn't exist no more. So what's happening specifically? Is it a bipartisan action?
I can't believe this is what broke y'all. This is what broke MAGA.
Broke MAGA. I'm not MAGA. It's like a thing where the choices are so bad you flip the board over entirely. That's what it was. Well, one side was completely globalist and just wanted to be some immigration bastards, and the other side just wanted to deport people. You know what people decided to do? Voted deporter in chief. But unfortunately, both sides are in the same coin.
Yeah, that's a lame explanation. It's a lame explanation. One side convinced the country that we're being invaded and that everybody's getting raped and killed. And then the other side's like handling invaded, it. So.
I'm sorry? We've definitely been invaded, I'll tell you that.
Oh, really? What's the numbers looking like? What's that look like?
I don't know. Millions of dollars in a lobbying system.
Oh, God.
That's not considered an invasion in politics?
The invasion I'm talking about is the border.
Doesn't matter. Still a problem.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to say. I feel like I've grown out of the whole like Jews control everything.
No. I mean, you're just holding your breath because like
of my politics.
I don't know if you're a part of a company or something or sponsored, but it is what it is. If you're being scared about it, then you submit it. It's fine.
No, I don't have any affiliation with anybody.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
So you just debate with like a giant bubble in your head that the Democrat Party is just this like American perfect organization or whatnot, right?
Pretty good. Perfect's pretty crazy though.
Pretty good, yeah. Is this the exact reason why Trump won the election, by the way? Just straight up incompetence. There's no type of accountability, no nothing. It takes the right wing to call out a lot of the people who own us in politics for you to realize some shit. That is sad. That is really sad.
The people who elect all of the billionaires into office. You guys you're onto it. You're onto something.
It took $1 billion to fund Kamala's campaign.
Yeah, she's not a billionaire though.
She still fucked it up.
She ran in 100 days. She got within 1.7%.
That takes you billions of dollars, though.
$1 billion.
You're talking about this argument of billionaires and millionaires in the office.
Dude, Trump's been bankrupt.
She had the
same
advantage. She had the same advantage, and that goes to the point of they're all in the same coin.
They're all getting the
same money
because
from millionaires and billionaires.
Because there was a lot
same
of money.
Same coin, different sides. Yeah.
That's deep. It's deep.
Yeah, very deep.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't agree. I don't agree. We got Kamala who wants to raise taxes on billionaires, and we got all the billionaires going, hey, we want all of our taxes lowered.
We've been saying this for the last 2 decades. The only thing it's been doing is nothing. It's been bullshit. It's just fucking ridiculous talk. Tax the rich until the rich is in front of you and wants to pay you out for to lobby or some sorts, right? Fund out your DNC bullshit.
I don't know. Biden taxed the rich. Trump keeps giving them tax breaks and blowing up the deficit.
I mean, you tax the rich, then somehow the rich ends up back to the DNC, right? Must be like a toxic relationship. You're saying, right?
I don't know what that means.
I mean, this whole billionaire bullshit talk is just nonsense. It's just like a pathetic side coin.
Okay. You're right. It's all about the 10 trans people playing sports.
Trans people.
Yeah, it's all about the 10 trans people in women's sports. That's
What does
the
gender benders got to do
issue.
with this? What does gender benders got to do with this?
I'm just saying that's what Trump's campaign is all about. He's rich. The
About
rich people want to
transgender?
come get their tax breaks, so they got to convince you it's so urgent. The trans people are in the sports. You don't understand. People are flooding the border. You don't get it.
Good. Just fix it. Small solutions, immediate solutions, right? Small problems, immediate solutions. Excuse me.
Yeah. Shipping people off to prison for the rest of their lives for jumping the border.
For the rest of their lives.
Yeah, CCOT. They're sending them to CCOT.
CCOT.
You don't know
Oh,
what
the
CCOT
MS-13
is?
prison? Oh, the
Yeah.
the MS-13 prison.
Yeah.
I mean, okay. Fucking MS-13, I don't give a fuck. You want to shoot something? Shoot in there. But like, I think it like
90
bent over backwards, some shit like that.
90% of those people have no criminal convictions. You just sent them to a MS-13 prison.
That are in CCOT.
That's CCOT.
What source is that?
60 Minutes CBS.
CBS.
Mm-hmm.
You have any like .gov or like any sort of like?
.gov's
Not
not going to be like
understand.
90% of these people we sent.
Did you even have like a I don't know, like a press
What's your
conference that
dude?
Bukele was talking about or something, or oh, you
I
talking
would
about
love it.
90%?
I would love it if y'all had this level of evidence, this standard of evidence for everything.
Whatever instead I'm talking about.
But
You made the claim, Mark.
90% of people in CCOT no criminal record. CBS.
Okay, so this is by Hispanic. Okay, documents indicate most have no. Okay, what's the documents?
The documents indicate that there were no records. You just want to see the documents?
Yeah, where's the documents? This is by a specific person with an agenda, correct? It's a news channel. I
Yeah.
want to see documents.
Yeah. 90% of them. The White House correlated this.
The White House correlated that.
Yeah.
Where's the document?
What documents do you want to see?
It specifically says documents indicate most have. Like, which documents they're talking about?
Okay. I'll find the documents, I guess. I'm not going to do this for 30 minutes, though.
I mean, you made the claim, brother. I don't know what to tell
Dude,
you.
listen, this is what multiple sources say.
Axios.
Okay.
Okay. Most
Multiple
migrants sent
sources.
there with no apparent. Okay.
Yes.
Let me see. The lack of evidence. CBS News 60-minute report.
One of them is Andrew Romero, a gay makeup artist who came in the United States. You think he's MS-13?
I don't know.
He's
You tell
searching for
me.
asylum. Photos
Is
taken by
he out
Time
or still?
magazine. There he is.
How's the makeup artist doing? Is he out now?
I don't think so. Listen. I've got more than one source. You're just gonna have to settle for it. I'm not going into the
Black
forensics.
clad, masked.
Most have no criminal records. Where
Yeah, this is entirely a CBS source. It's not even going through like specifics on this. This Andre Hernandez, whatever you call his name.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he's in CCOT. He's still in there.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think he is a part of a certain majority in that prison?
No.
There's no evidence defining this because it's clear. I'm asking for documents, and I'm just seeing a bunch of CBS bullshit.
All right, I don't know where the official documents would look like. I don't know what they would look like with that showing that they have no criminal record, but they don't.
So how exactly could you define it? How can you know for certain he has no criminal record or has like no indication that he is or is not an MS-13 member?
I don't know. Listen, a lot of these people were arrested because of their tattoos. They were indicated by to be MS-13 because of their tattoos,
Okay.
which we've seen. There's actually no actual like MS-13 tattoo besides just writing MS-13 itself.
Oh, there is. There is
Yeah.
MS-13. Oh, yeah,
What is it?
Let me show you. Tattoo symbols.
Chat, tap the screen. How we doing, y'all? Wake up. Wake up. Happy Sunday. Also, chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. Happy Sunday. What's up, Trish? Did I run out of Midol this morning? I think I did. They didn't put him in the blank sale because he wasn't a blank member.
Okay, so it said common MS-13 tattoo themes: MS-13, MS-13, MSX111, chest, back, face, hands, neck. 13 or XIII. Devils, demons, and skull imagery symbolizes intimidation, power, and allegiance to the gang, often elaborately drawn with flames, horns, or fangs. May represent a killer or someone who has committed violence on behalf of the gang. Tears, teardrop tattoos inked under the eye may signify murder committed or time served in prison.
That's not an
Meaning it's very-
MS-13 thing, though, right?
How isn't it? Do you like the MS-13? Like,
It's not only MS-13, right?
oh, it's not only? Well, the gang.
Does the teardrop?
I mean, a lot of gang representation is pretty stupid. You ask me. Like blood, Crips, just fucking
The
retarded.
teardrop? No, you can't say that fucking word. You can't.
Oh.
The teardrop is not exclusive to MS-13, is what I'm saying.
No, it's not exclusive, but a lot of gang stuff is pretty stupid.
I'm not saying how stupid it is.
Barbed wire, spider webs, La Mara, Salva Truncha, whatever the fuck that name is.
Maro
Area code or geographic references indicates regional MS-13 factions called cliques.
Exactly.
Could include members like 503 and local U.S. area codes tied to a clique's territory. Yeah, a lot of this shit is pretty stupid, but
Yeah, none of it
honestly,
besides literally just saying that you're MS-13, right?
I mean, now you're just playing attorney talk with this. It's like, if you're tatting your body up full of this bullshit, then you're more than likely either one, trying to get into the shit, or two, you just somehow thought it was a smart idea to put a fucking...
Everybody with a spiderweb tattoo and a teardrop, they're in MS-13.
Well, it's not just like any sort of like Spider-Man type of spiderweb or whatever. It's clearly like in a symbol form. But the point is, it's like, you get all this bullshit and you expect not to be investigated or whatever. It's pretty stupid.
I would expect to be able to plead my case in front of a judge, and they didn't get that. They were sent straight to prison for the rest of their lives.
I mean, great. I haven't seen an era that it wasn't happening. Obama was doing it. 3 million. He had 75%.
Yeah. How many did he send to prison for the rest of their lives?
I mean, they had Guantanamo Bay going on, didn't it?
No, he did not.
Guantanamo Bay. Excuse me.
No.
Yeah.
You're talking about Clinton temporarily putting people there on like holding there temporarily as
It's
they were
still-
rescued.
That's a full-on prison.
Okay, but these people in CCOT, the rest of their lives, that's the only way out is you die.
Then don't be a part of the gang.
It wasn't proven they were part of the gang.
They're in there for a reason, right?
They're in there because Trump put them in there, dude. That's what we're arguing.
No, if he's not out by now, then what other document or something that you can describe that makes him not a part of the gang?
What? There's no judge or anything that says, yep, definitely part of a gang.
I mean, he has tats on him, doesn't he?
So
That indicates it.
So do I. I'm covered in tattoos.
Well, you got teardrops and spider webs in your eyes and shit. You got MS-13 in the back of your skull.
I actually have 13. I have 13 XIII on me. Yes, I do.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah, I
Shit,
could go
bro, you
to I
should-
could go to prison.
Yeah, put it in your skull. Put it with the MS on your top of your head.
Do you think I should be able to go to prison because of where it is?
I mean, you putting the MS-13 in the back of your skull, that's pretty indicating that you're a part of something.
Okay. And you should go to prison for the rest of your life for being in a gang?
Well, that's not just any sort of gang. Gang's like something on the block, like a small clique, but this is a full-on cartel that
This is a cartel.
pretty much, yeah, you're putting
Yeah.
kids into trafficking rings and you're having drugs all over flooding the area. You're pretty much more of a terrorist than you're just a typical gang member off like a Atlanta, or
MS-13.
like
Okay.
Chicago, or like New York or
So
something.
you should be able to say, hey, you're this kind of person, put them in jail, prison for the rest of their lives with no opportunity for them to say, hey, no, I'm not. This is a special tattoo. I got a magic tattoo with my cousin. Some shit like that. You straight to prison.
I mean, they're not just picked off the street just for the
Yes.
tattoos. They have a full-on record.
Yeah, no, they have no record. They have no criminal background in either country.
I'm not talking about criminal record. I'm talking about a full-on record of their full documents of whether their Instagrams, their social medias, their associations on the phones and whatnot. They're all
And-
tied up to it.
No, they're not. No, they're not. They're not adjudicated of this. No, they're not. They're not adjudicated. No one hears this evidence.
If that
says,
wasn't
yep.
the case, why are you in CCOT?
Luckily, I don't know because I stay in a basement.
Because you stay in a basement.
Yeah.
That's why. You have X111 in your arm or whatever, your back or something, right? You should be sent to CCOT.
I don't know why you're joking, but this is literally the conditions they met to be put in prison for the rest of their lives.
The point of the joke is it's like a fallacy of yours. There's no
It's
no
a
actual, like-
fallacy.
Yeah, because you would have been pressed by now by ICE or whatever, right?
Yeah. Okay. Because
Why
they're not
aren't
going
you?
around pulling around people's pants that are white, looking for tattoos.
They're pulling their pants down. But the point is, like, you talking about everybody with the tats are getting stopped and sent over to fucking Black Dolphin or where the fuck that shit is, CCOT. Dude, you would have been sent to CCOT by now.
Literally, this has been breaking news that people without criminal records were sent to CCOT without due process, and the Supreme Court said, "Hey, don't do that." And you're like,
No, the Supreme
literally, it
Court-
must be good.
Supreme Court said they wanted him facilitated. He can still get deported. There was no problem with
They
it.
wanted to facilitate him to come back.
And then get deported again.
No,
He had a
for
removal order.
due process. The thing I'm saying that they need.
He already had due process to get a temporary order to stay here.
Yes,
Oh,
in
boy,
2019.
Yeah, but temporary. He could have been deported by 22
In 2019, and it was specifically said not to go to El Salvador.
because there was a gang that was there. He had threats over there, yeah. But then that was a time where Bukele and them, they were figuring out how to stop these gangs that were causing all sorts of trouble over there.
So
By the time today, why isn't he deported by 2025? The fucking gangs are non-existent over there. I went there. It was beautiful.
he's stuck in
Lots
limbo,
of
dude.
beautiful water
yeah,
and shit.
yeah, it's ran by a dictator now.
Ran by a dictator. I mean, for a dictator, you wouldn't think that He's pretty popular over there. His approval rate's pretty good.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. We should get our own.
His approval rate is shit high. I'll tell you that over there.
Super cool, man. Awesome. Good Lord. Yeah, I don't know. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
I mean, well, I already talked to you about you and your party being owned, and fucking this party of ours is pathetic too. Talked about the immigration. What's another one? You want to talk about Iran and Israel?
Yeah, why do you think do you think it was a good idea for us to pull out of the Iran nuclear deal?
Well, unfortunately, that deal actually funded their terrorism.
It funded their terrorism.
Where else do those billions of dollars go to?
It funded it?
I mean, it helped funded it. Not fully, but I'll tell you it did. Because where else did the billions go to?
What do you mean the billions?
The billions of dollars that they sent over when Obama was getting off office? Where
It was like
go?
$6 billion that was frozen that was theirs?
It was theirs.
It's literally nothing. Yes, it was frozen. It was their money.
That was ours.
No, it was theirs.
That was ours. That were our money that we paid taxes for. That got sent over there just for them to make their fucking nukes.
No, it was not.
What money was it?
U.S. sent a plane with $400 million cash. Literally $400 million.
No, it was billions.
They got part of the Iran nuclear deal. Their money was flown $400 million, wooden pallets. The first install, okay, it was $1.7 billion total.
Okay.
It's laughable.
It's laughable.
Tiny.
Have you even touched 100,000 yet?
Yes, but we're talking about entire countries.
I'll tell you, dude. That's a shit ton of money just for it not to go anywhere.
Dude, it's literally laughable.
But what exactly did that money go to?
It was a ransom payment.
It was a ransom payment?
Yeah.
It was a ransom payment.
Yeah, I don't know if you know our history with Iran, but we.
Oh yeah, we've had plenty of problems with Iran. Mainly because
they had a bunch of hostages
Star.
for a while.
Yeah, you know they're all. It's like Israel and Iran. They're like two. It's like you in a barbecue as a parent. You got two kids fighting. They don't know when to stop. It's like that. They're pathetic. I mean, my biggest solution on this is just stop funding both of them.
Okay, that wasn't funding anything though. That's $1.7
Where did that money go
to? Dude, you know what their GDP is as a country?
Yeah, because they're oil refinements. But where did that money go to?
It probably went to their economy. I don't know.
Their economy?
It went straight to missiles. Went straight to killing somebody.
I mean, all they do is dream about making terrorist organizations amongst the Western civilization. That's pretty much all they do. So
sweet.
Where are those billions of dollars going to? Or
they probably went to their economy, dude. I don't know.
They probably went to their economy.
Yeah. Why would you think they did the most like horrible things with this $1 billion? Especially they went and killed a bunch of children.
Oh well, they certainly do kill a lot of children. But I'll tell you this: that regime they just want to do all sorts of militarization bullshit. They're no different as the Jew. So I'll tell you that. Netanyahu, excuse me.
Dude,
I mean, if I'm a woman over there, I can't walk out with a hijab. I'm gonna get stoned to death. That regime's pretty extreme. You tell me.
Yeah. You should try Texas. If you get raped here, if you get raped here, you have a $10,000 bounty on your head if you want an abortion.
Fucking abortion.
Mm-hmm.
What? What gotta do with anything? Abortion.
Huh?
What does baby incinerators got to do with this shit? I'm talking about fucking Iran and Israel.
Yeah. Yep. I don't know. I don't know where this is going. Someone just super chatted me. Yeah, I think that we wouldn't be in this Iran problem if Trump wasn't such a dumb fuck and pull us out of the Iran nuclear deal
No, I think we wouldn't be this Iran problem if we wasn't kissing up to Israel this much.
the way Trump's doing.
Wait, everybody's doing. Democrat, Republican,
Trump
fucking
literally
yeah.
has Netanyahu at his house when he's not even president. They hang out.
Biden did the same exact thing.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he does. He was with Netanyahu. Cory Booker, same thing. Gavin Newsom, same thing.
At their
Kamala
house.
Harris, same thing.
At their house.
At their house, at their fucking state governments or whatever, because I named Gavin. They're all the same type of fucking people.
No.
You're in denial right now. You know it though.
What's my
It's
opinion
pretty
of the
clear.
Chili's triple dipper? Evo, thank you. I'm in denial just because you want to reach and say that other world leaders are
I said
just as
one word.
kissy with Netanyahu as Trump. Trump's literally besties with him, dude.
I mean, what other president doesn't fund Israel? This is just my question. Who hasn't? The last time that got questioned, he got fucking headshot. So what other president questions Israel for using all these acts of war?
I don't know, but
So
literally
it's a
for us to
bipartisan
just
thing.
sit around and yap, be like the Jews control everything is pretty
Eh.
fucking. It's pretty fifth grade lunch table stuff.
I mean, you haven't proved me otherwise. I just told you Epstein is, you know what? Then Yahoo pays for, you know what? APOC is, you know what?
APOC.
APOC, APAC, whatever, you know. Yeah, it's not that much denial juice you can go on at this point.
Okay. You got any other? I don't know. I think I'm gonna move on to my next guest. All right.
I mean, I guess you can get ahead, but all it does is just proves my point that both sides are the same coin, right?
Sure. Thanks, man. Hello.
Hello?
What's up? What do you like about Trump?
I like that he's sealed the border. I like that he's pushing back on DEI. And I want détente with Russia. I support Israel.
Oof. The
It's
DEI
all just my
thing. Can you tell me? Can you tell me about a business that like DEI like really fucked them up? Can you tell me like an incident where DEI was very apparently involved?
Well, this is all just my personal opinion, but it seems like on like the colleges they were requiring like DEI pledges, right? Seems counterintuitive to free speech, right?
To pledge to be diverse and have equity and inclusion.
Yeah, as part of a hiring requirement, weren't the colleges requiring like DEI pledges? And then Trump
Possibly
stopped that?
the private ones. Yeah, private colleges.
Well, there's not a whole lot of conservative voices on college campuses, is there?
No, I would say conservatism. I think in its name itself, right? They don't want progression. They don't want to move forward. They don't want to be on the brink of, technology or anything like that. They want things to stay the same. They want things to go back to a time where, they reminisce. It was so good, and they also usually are religious, which is antithetical to any sort of logic or higher level critical thinking.
Well, like I said, this is all just my personal opinion, but I think what's happened is postmodernism, the Frankfurt School, uh, those are the primary driving forces that have made the left crazy. They believe in they believe that Western civilization is an authoritarian patriarchy that has engineered whiteness out of colonialism, imperialism, G side, and Waverly. I'm using TikTok speak here, but you get the point.
I mean, are they not right?
What I would say is that all kinds of other cultures have engaged in or promoted or practiced very similar things, right? Like the Aztecs, the Moors, Genghis Khan, the Persian Empire, Imperial Japan. So it's not a YT thing. It's universal across cultures. Or do you disagree?
You're just saying that's just the way it is, that patriarchy and being white is just the way things come to be.
I think that was the history of that's world history for several hundred or even thousands of years. That's just how history went. It wasn't a YT thing.
Have you read any of like the like religious texts in regards to like how to treat women?
Okay. How would you compare how women are treated, like in Western civilization now, like in the U.S., to say Iran, for example?
Yeah, it's bad. See, like what they did was they took religion and they wove it into the government. What like y'all are trying to do, and what that
Well,
turns
and
into is it turns into a contest. So the next few elections that we have, if we are a Christian nation, everyone's going to compete on whether they're more Christian than their opponent. And then next thing you know, women aren't going to be allowed to speak. They're going to be in the kitchen without shoes on, where they're supposed to be, and whatever else our religious texts say.
well, I guess what I would ask you is, how does like the U.S. compare in terms of an authoritarian patriarchy to Iran in terms of not just the treatment of women but also the treatment of homosexuals?
I think that
It's
we
it's
are.
it's light years worse in Iran, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. But we
But yet
are
the left
we are
defends
not
Iran.
even we're not even close to some other countries where they have like paid maternal leave up to like 18 months. They the the misogynist ass slapping culture in the workplace isn't even close to uh what it is here in other countries.
I mean, don't you think it's? I mean, certainly it's different now than it was like in the 1970s, right?
I would say it's a little better.
In terms of patriarchy, don't you think?
I guess it's a little better, but you admit that it exists, right?
I think it existed a lot more like in the 1970s, but I mean that's not tolerated now in the corporate world, right?
Yeah, but still, like
Misogyny.
subconsciously, people still treat women and people of color and people in the BIPOC community differently. And we can just trace this through people's decisions, like in medicine. Like we can look at a hospital and say, "Oh, look, this whole hospital, this whole floor is not treating patients who are black when it comes to pain medication as much as we're treating white people." And I bet you could ask every one of those people on that floor, "Are you racist?" And they'll say, "I swear to God, we're not racist." So it's definitely it's embedded into the bedrock of our like our society. For you to be like, well, it's just kind of not there anymore, is kind of silly.
Well, I mean, for example, is there uh, I'm using TikTok speaking. Waverly, you know, we'll just put an S on that. Still exists in the world today, right? It's primarily located in India, China, and Africa. The West has reformed, but I never hear anybody on the left talk about that.
That what's reformed?
That 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 uh, Waverly ended in the U.S. approximately 150 years ago, but it still exists in the world today in places like India, China, and Africa. But the left doesn't seem to talk about that ever.
I want to know what Waverly is.
No, I'm just using TikTok speak. Just put an S where the W is.
Oh,
Wave. You know what I mean? I know we have to be careful what we say on TikTok, so that's why.
so the time period in which people did slavery is apparent why?
What say again? I
Is
didn't. I
relevant
didn't.
why? Like it's the time
Well,
period?
the political left always talks about that, and my point is that it ended in the U.S. approximately 150 years ago, but yet it still exists in the world today. But yet the left never talks about it where it exists in the world today. And I find it very odd that the left is so concerned about Islamophobia and so pro-Palestinian, where how women and homosexuals are treated in those places. I find that bizarre.
Because we care about humans regardless of their beliefs.
Well, why are Palestinian civilians so much more important to the left than the civilians in Syria, Yemen, or Sudan, for example?
We speak about those things all the time.
Not really. I don't see
Covey,
college students. I don't
if
see
you look,
college students and their professors taking over buildings over the conflicts in Syria, Yemen, or Sudan. But
okay,
what's special about
I don't know. I don't see anybody on the right doing anything of that nature. In fact, they say America first, and then when we try to do America first things, you guys say, well, fuck them. They need to work. Fuck their health care. Fuck their food stamps.
I'm not a fan of the big beautiful bill. It's a lot of tax cuts for the rich, so I'm not. That's one thing that I'm pro-choice, but I think that the left is like so deranged that I support Trump, and it is going to take light years more for me to ever turn on Trump than what's going on now, because I literally think the left is crazy.
I bet you have a vision of the left that has nothing to do with what any of our politicians say. Every time I hear somebody say that, they say, "Oh, you guys are going too far with this LGBTQ ideology. You're going too far with all of this other stuff." Okay, so Paranoid, tell me which of our politicians are pushing this?
The LGBTQ
Yeah.
agenda. Well, didn't Biden have like Trans Day on Easter last year?
No, it literally happened to fall on Easter. It was that way for 12 years.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, Easter is something, and I think, and also too, Kamala.
Trans Visibility Day, yeah.
Yeah, that was on Easter. Okay,
It happened to fall. It wasn't Biden who
I'm
woke
not
up.
even a Christian, but I'm
Biden's
an ally.
Catholic.
I mean, look at that. Do you remember the opening ceremony of the Olympics in France? What, about a year ago?
Yeah,
So?
I don't want to get off topic. I want to know where our politicians have anything to do with pushing these things. Like, they don't say it in their speeches, they don't say it in their campaigns, they don't do any of that. And yet they're somehow the biggest fans of trans people and women's sports.
Is your claim the Democrats and the leftist politicians don't endorse that type of agenda? I mean, Kamala was talking. This was in 2019. She was talking about trans surgery for prison inmates, right, in California. Or
they asked her about it.
Did.
Brett Baer asked her about it. They said, "Hey, would you do this?" And she goes, "I'll follow the law, however it's written." And the truth is, Trump, during his administration, had the same laws in place that would treat transgender prison people.
Is it your claim that like AOC and the Squad and Bernie and all of these people on the left are not pro LGBTQ FU?
Can you tell me what they say that's pro LGBTQ besides trying to protect a minority group?
Well, there was a Democratic politician who was actually criticized because he just said, "I don't want my daughter in I'm paraphrasing, but something like, I don't want my daughter playing sports with boys."
Okay.
So I don't know how you can say that the Democrats don't promote this agenda.
So you haven't shown me where they've been promoting it at all, right?
I just did. I told you about Kamala and I told you about Trans Day on Easter and
Trans Day on Easter was a thing for years. You know, Easter falls on a different day every year. Do you know that?
What is it? It's usually on isn't it on the third Sunday in April? Is that?
Yeah, it's a different
Yeah.
day every year.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure if President Biden said. I think he said Happy Trans Day rather than Happy Easter.
Dude, he's literally Catholic. Dude, this is so silly for you to think that if that's all it took for you to be like Biden's pushing this way too far. It's so silly, dude. It's so silly. You guys have been fed so much propaganda to think that we're like this big super gay party. We want all the kids to be gay. And the truth is we have to come out and we just have to come out and defend all of these people because of y'all's misconceptions.
Are you for or against Ragtime Story Hour for kids?
I am. Listen, we didn't wake up. We didn't wake up and decide this was a fad. Everybody needs to take their kid to Drag Queen Story Hour, but of course, there's literally nothing fundamentally wrong with it, and you wouldn't be able to tell me what's wrong with it. You'd just be like, "Look at this," because it's kind of icky, right?
I think it's inappropriate for children.
Why do you say that?
I think this got me, huh?
Why do you say it's inappropriate? If they're wearing like what a woman would wear in front of children, why is it inappropriate?
Because it's putting ideas in the minds of children that would not ordinarily be there. I believe in tolerance, but it's inappropriate.
Okay, so like the length of hair, the color of hair on a man would make a child super confused. The color of a dress, the color of their clothing would make them super confused.
A man dressed up as a woman who is a homosexual.
They're not always homosexual. What?
Drag queens aren't homosexual?
No.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting. That's news to me, but look, I actually do believe in being tolerant. I really do. I just think it's inappropriate for children, and I don't think trans women are women.
Like I just said this earlier. I want you to wrestle with this. You can't figure out what's wrong with it.
What's wrong with Drag Time Story Hour?
Yeah.
Is that what your claim is? Well, I told you what's wrong with it. It's inappropriate for children because it's putting ideas in their head. It's indoctrination. It's glamorization.
Indoctrination of what? Dude, you guys start with the Bible, right?
Why expose children to that? And let me ask you this question, right? Is your claim, is it appropriate because it's a matter of free speech? Is that the claim?
I mean, sure, or it's literally meaningless in my head. It literally, like if my hair were just a little bit longer or down to here, it'd be a woman, but if it were up here, it'd be a guy. Like it'd be masculine. This stuff is all social, and for you to feel weird about it just shows how prude you are, like socially.
I'm really not, man. I mean, I'm straight, but I don't have any problem with. I believe in treating homosexuals and with respect. I'm against the glamorization of it.
The glamorization.
If your claim is free speech, now let me ask you this too: would your claim about the Gaza protests on college campuses be free speech too?
Every bit that weren't violent or vandalizing.
Okay, so let me ask you this: should the Triple K and Yahtzees be allowed on college campuses to do the same thing?
Sometimes they are, and you can't kick them off.
So you're okay with that?
That's free speech. Yes, there's you can watch videos of them rallying in tons of places, and you can't kick them out. No, because you just disagree with them. You can't do that.
Well, actually, I admire that you say that. I'm actually surprised that you would, because I don't think that I'm surprised you actually said that. But I admire your consistency. So you think that, and also too, while we're talking about Drag Time Story Hour, if that's a matter of free speech, should Yahtzee Story Hour be allowed? Or Triple K?
I mean, they had Yahtzee Story Hour could absolutely be allowed, right? I think it's maybe not in Germany,
For children?
For children, I also feel like that is absolutely a harmful ideology, and we could actually articulate how it's harmful. But I don't even know whether or not it would be our place to try to stop somebody from doing that. Of course, you could opt out and not bring your child. But
Right.
for y'all to think there's some perversion in a man wearing a wig, so much so that it's sexual, or grooming a child, I think that just shows how fetishized or prude I think some people are, as opposed to others, when it comes to
I'm really
sex.
no. I'm like I said. I'm straight, but I'm not. This is not a. This is not an issue of being a square, man. This is just inappropriate for children. Or I mean, do you think that
No,
that these gay pride parades should be in front of children too?
I think that I used to live.
That's more explicit. I
I
totally
no,
agree with
I
that.
used to
More explicit.
live. I used to live in the neighborhood for years, for 5 years, up until a year ago, and I've been to many pride parades, and there are some where you have to have an ID to get in, and there are some that are for everybody. They both, just like any other parade, uh, are the same thing. So if it's for all ages, people dress appropriately. If it's a 21 and up pride parade, you're gonna see some weird shit. But
Yeah,
it's just like straight people.
children
It's just like a
and
straight
children
parade.
can do that, right?
If somebody, have you seen Mardi Gras? Have you seen all the tits that flow around in Mardi Gras? We don't ban straight parades, do we?
I just think that I would be in support of the gay pride parades. I just think they should be at night, away from children. That's all.
What? There's nothing inherently sexual about being gay.
No, well, but we agree that these parades there are explicit things that sometimes go on, right? That would be inappropriate for
Not
children to
just in
see.
like there's things like that happen on all types of parades. But if it's just a regular gay parade, no, it's not sexual. There's nothing inherently that is literally it's homophobic to say that.
I mean, there are like dudes running around and you know
Would that okay?
half naked.
If these
And
dudes were
do you
caught
think
by a
that's
police
appropriate for
officer,
children? Hmm?
if these dudes were caught by a police officer, would they get a ticket for indecent exposure?
Do you think it's appropriate for young children to see half naked men running around in leather or G strings or whatever the hell they're doing? Do you think that's appropriate for children?
No,
I
in
don't.
the
I think that's
same way,
inappropriate.
you could say the same thing about people on a beach wearing swimsuits.
Okay. Yeah. I don't if why I if I if it's not understandable to you why some people think that would be inappropriate, I don't.
Do you think that everybody, when they're gay, they go around with assless chaps? Do you think that's every
No.
pride parade?
No, I don't think that's everyone. No, I don't. But I think it happens.
Maybe at
Things
a
like that
21 and up
happen.
adult, like at an adult pride
Things
parade.
like that happen at the parades, right?
Not at the regular parades. No.
I don't know what goes on at these parades. I'm not. I've never been to one. I don't. I
Yeah,
don't really know what.
my mom the same thing. My mom the same thing. She's like, they're probably out there waving dildos and da 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 da. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. That's not what they do. It's just a
No.
regular parade saying, "Hey, we were oppressed for decades, for ages and ages and ages by a certain political party and by all these religious groups. Now we can come out and be proud and be open about their sexuality without being having some weirdo have weird opinions about them." That's why I think it's important for maybe your kid doesn't grow up with this same mental block you're having here, articulating why you don't like these people.
I think that I don't dislike them. I told you I believe in tolerance. I'm against the glamorization. I think there's an exponential increase of Gen Zers who are identifying as some type of LGBTQ uh, orientation because the political left is crazy, and they've glamorized this and they made it trendy
There's
and cool.
nobody on the political left
Okay,
is pushing
approximately
this, right?
one third of Gen Zers approximately identify as some type of
LGBT.
homosexual.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
So like back in like 20 years ago,
Yeah.
we used to just use gay as an insult, right? We should just be like, hey, that's gay. Right? And now it's like a lot more accepted, and we're finding out that there's like a spectrum of sexuality and a spectrum of how you want to like identify.
How is
And
their sexuality?
okay,
What do you mean
so
by
have you heard of it? Like, so there's gay, there's straight, and then there's
Yep.
bi, right? Bi goes both
Sure.
ways. And
Yeah.
there's asexual,
Uh-huh.
and then there's
So
just
different types of orientation, is that all you mean by spectrum?
no. I mean, it goes all the way. It goes in a circle.
Okay. Do you think that the culture has any impact on the percentage of people who are LGBTQ?
I think that it's less shame. There's less taboo around it. I don't think it's glamorized. And you know what? Even if it was glamorized and people were happy coming, about it, that's great too. People literally get shot and killed because of it not too long ago.
Well, you know what's odd about it is like we were talking about like Iran before, and
Yeah.
like Afghanistan and Yemen, where they have very harsh views toward homosexuality. It's actually very common there. So
Yeah,
I
I know.
think I think when it's really suppressed or where it's glamorized, there's actually more of it. Whereas opposed to just like uh, my view would just be if somebody wants to be uh, homosexual or trans, I would say, well, try maybe you should try not to, but if you do, that's okay. But if you have to, that's okay. So I think that's tolerance.
That's how that's I
That's
guess what
what.
I have is radical acceptance. I say, hey, whatever you are, I love that. And if I feel some sort of way about it, that's my issue. That's something I should probably work on.
I certainly think there is a biological or a genetic component, but I also think there are environmental and cultural components too. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think there's
Hey,
any sort of
have you ever heard of
choice.
the have you ever heard of the left-handed study?
Yes, yeah. People tell me this
The
all the
study on
time.
left-handedness?
Hmm.
Yeah. Did
Yeah.
they glamorize being left-handed?
No, it
Did they
was
try to convince people that they were left-handed?
no, but I think this is different than sexuality.
But yet the amount of projected left-handed people at that time went from, what was it, like 5% all the way up to 27%. Just because they stopped telling people not to be. You're seeing the exact same thing. What's the percentage of people that were LGBTQ 50 years ago? It was still 30%. They just didn't tell you.
So you think
It's that easy.
you think approximately 30% is just what human nature is? And
Roughly, yeah, it's the same with most mammalian species.
do you think it's universal to like around the world, like all cultures and
Oh, it's not only all cultures, it's cross species. Almost every mammalian species on the planet shows evidence of homosexual activity.
right? But do you think that, like, for example, in ancient Greece, where it was
It
widely
was higher. It
so,
was higher
so
because things like orgies and male relationships back in ancient Greece were widely accepted.
right, okay, so that's what I'm saying about the culture, right? So what percentage of ancient Greeks do you think engaged in this? You think it was probably something like 90+%?
Oh, I wouldn't say it was that high, but it was a good number because in that culture it was glamorized. It
Right.
was promoted. But that's not what we're doing. We're just accepting it. We're not trying to glamorize it. We're not trying to promote it. We're not trying to convince anybody of it. We're just trying to tell the people of this community, which I am a part of, that it's
That's all
okay for
right.
you to
That's fine.
discuss being in the community, that it's okay to talk about it publicly, that you shouldn't be shamed for it. That's all.
Yeah, and I
literally just went to the Heartland Pride Parade this last Saturday in Omaha. My first Pride Parade ever in my life. It was because my 12-year-old daughter wanted to go for her birthday. Unscripted. We asked her all over the place what she wanted for her birthday. I was giving her a phone. She said, "You know what? I really want to go to a Pride Parade." And we said, okay. We made sure she went.
Jackson super chatted
And it was probably the most welcoming
$6.54.
experience I've ever had.
You're as bad as MAGA if you can't acknowledge the predatory nature of drag story time. This goes without saying in like every other Western country, thinking this doesn't make you anti-gay.
No, I
Was
think
that
it's
First American again?
No, it's someone else.
Oh,
Um,
usually he's the big bigot.
yeah, I don't know. There's unless somebody knows if they finally caught a drag queen that touched a child. If they finally found one of those, that'd be pretty crazy.
Yeah, usually you've got Who's Making News up on your list of sources, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you know that one, Paranoid? What's the highest rate of incarcerated individuals for child SA cases? What's their demographic? The vast majority, I think it's like 68%.
I don't know.
Republicans.
Hmm.
And that's based on convictions, specifically. Not allegations, not arrests. That is convictions.
Well,
So who's the real danger here? Who's the one who's the group that is really harming kids? Should we
Since
start
you-
banning kids from church?
since you brought that up, and I'll be careful what I say here, and what do you think what do you think the relationship is of people who become part of the LGBTQ community, and what is the relationship with what might have happened to them when they were a child in terms of SA? Do you think there's any correlation?
No, none,
Zero. That's what you believe?
zero. It's what I know. You know, we have studies on this. Instead of just using standard Googles or the standard DuckDuckGo, whatever the fuck you're using, try going to Google Scholar and actually look up studies on these subjects. Read. Quit being lazy and just projecting your own opinions on other people. Go read. Learn what the statistics are. Learn what the truth is.
Okay.
We have, yeah, that's what I thought he was going to do.
No, Brandon just paid to kick. Big shout out to Brandon and
W.
the
Brandon,
Big
man.
Shakuna. Thank you as well for the $10 to said the kick rocks. You can come back some other time. I don't know. I think it's crazy. We still have people that think it's a choice. It's crazy.
Right. You know what? I got to say again, man, I went to that Heartland Pride Parade.
Mhm.
Probably the most welcoming experience I've ever had. I cried twice.
Oh,
Just
wow.
seeing representation
Yeah.
in the crowd. It was fantastic. I got to see North Omaha Cat Lady ride by on a car. It was badass.
Nice.
Everybody loves her. And I got myself a We the People, No Kings in America t-shirt.
Nice.
Just for that. So, but yeah, I was able to get in front of a protester that was protesting, and he had a big sign that said, Pride comes before the fall, and had a bunch of biblical bullshit on the bottom of it. I hit him up about slavery until one of the Parasol Parade came over and covered up his sign. And then he walked off.
My apartment down in Addison, before I moved here, they had a lot of parades, and all of the people that had those crazy Jesus anti-gay, like slur anti-gay posters. I used to get so
Somebody
mad
just
at
asked
them.
me, how'd my daughter like it? My daughter had, at 12 years old, she had the biggest smile on her face that I have ever seen.
That's cute.
She was an absolute love. She felt welcome. My daughter has a really big problem with too much stimulation, too many people around. She gets anxious and she gets pent up.
Mm-hmm.
Once this thing started kicking, it didn't bother her at all. She absolutely fell in love with doing it. And she made us promise that we're going to start going every year.
That's awesome.
So, yeah.
That's awesome.
Thanks for letting me come up. I kind of wanted to hammer on him for that.
Yeah, no problem, dude. No problem. Thanks, Dusty. It's a genre I didn't know existed. Hello.
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Sort of.
What do you like about Trump?
I like the outsider aspect of it, that it was someone who wasn't a politician for a lot of years, and because he has money, it didn't seem like he necessarily needed to answer to people as far as decisions made. So it was a different approach as far as somebody who was running for president. So that was kind of appealing at the time.
You say at the time, are you saying that's obviously not the case?
I think most people can agree, and I think even you would agree, that the first Trump term is better than the Trump second term. Like, if you're just asked the question, which one's better, Trump 1 or Trump 2, I think most people would say Trump 1.
Yeah.
Just comparing the two. So there's things that he's done in the second term that I haven't been so happy about compared to how I felt about his first term.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I would obviously, I would say even his first term, he went golfing so much. He racked up millions of dollars of money from tax dollars going golfing at his own golf clubs.
Oh, I mean, yeah, not everything's going to be positive. There's negatives as well. And also, yeah, with that one, he was criticizing Obama about doing golf. But the problem is, it's like they all, can I curse or no?
Yeah.
They all fucking do golf. It's like, he does golf, Obama does golf, Bush did golf.
Obama did 80
I don't
golf.
even know what's so great about golf, honestly.
Obama did 80 golf trips in 8 years, and I think Trump did like 160 something in 4.
Why do they do any of it?
I don't know. Like sometimes it's like a military thing, you go and it's a military event, or you meet with a world leader. But Trump just chronically golfs, dude.
I did hear about that, like that sometimes when they're doing meetings with leaders, it's like a way to like have better communication with them, or like be friendly with them, to play like a round of golf or whatever.
Yeah.
But the thing is, your prompt, it just says generally Trump sucks. And I think you do got to give the guy credit, because he has achieved things that if other people tried to go for it, they might not get. So does he generally suck? Obviously, he has some talents where he's able to achieve certain things in life other people haven't. So the idea that this is a person who wasn't a politician, wasn't in the military, and was able to not only be president once, but be president a second time. So we could say at the least in that situation that Trump doesn't suck as far as running for president and achieving the presidency. Let's say this was like The Apprentice. He won the biggest Apprentice reality show, getting the job of president of the United States. So he doesn't suck
I would say the way he did that is very disgusting and unethical. He lied a bunch. He demonized a bunch of people, I think, to get elected, and ruined a lot of people's lives too. But yeah, I think that just his rhetoric around immigrants says everything you need to know about that. Him calling Obama Kenyan, saying he's leader of ISIS, telling Ted Cruz his wife looks like a dog, basically bringing that out of every American, I feel like is what we've encountered over the last 80 years. Like that part of people's persona has been amplified, people's shittiness towards others, the fuck your feelings crowd.
Yeah, but come on, didn't you enjoy the 2015 Republican debates when he was saying low energy Jeb or Lion Ted or Little Marco? Come on, that wasn't entertaining.
I mean, that's part of what got him elected. Like he's good at giving people nicknames, and it's useful in politics. It turns
The
out.
Rosie O'Donnell line, the Rosie O'Donnell line. Come
Yeah,
on.
like things that don't matter. Like what was his fucking his economic policy? We don't know. No one fucking cared. Still, all 3 times he ran, he had no economic policy, no healthcare plan, nothing. They just liked his bullshit like that.
Well, he said it was a concept of the plan for healthcare for this time around. That's supposed to be a joke.
It's not a joke though. He fucking has no. It literally has no plans for any of this. And it turns out this time he's just doing the same thing he did last time. He's using Project 2025. He's using the Heritage Foundation, just doing whatever the fuck they tell him to do.
Well, I think if I'm being fair, and this is just how I see it, and it's my opinion, there's definitely a lot of negative things with him. There's negative things with Biden. There's negative things with Harris. So as a voter, and this happens, I think, for most of our elections, it's like, which negative things do you want to go with? You want to go with this side and you'll get this crap if they go in, or you want to go with this other side and you get this kind of crap. Now, both craps are different and they're both negative. They're not the same negatives, but either way, it's like, pick which crap you want to get.
Yeah.
So when I would vote, that's what I was dealing with.
I know. And his job, his campaign was to go around and convince everybody somehow that no matter how bad he was, no matter how much he shit his pants and fall asleep in court or mishandled COVID, or did all of these other horrible things, try to steal the election, his opponent was way worse. If they got in office, it's gonna be so bad. She's gonna give everyone a blowjob. The economy is just gonna crash. The stock market's gonna crash. Like like we were living in a third world country if you asked Trump.
Well, that's the other thing he doesn't suck at, is what I'm trying to make the point, is that, like, and he does have negatives and he is a flawed and, sinful person. But the point is that when he does that and they go after him, he does a really good job of going after the negatives of someone else. I'll give you an example. When it was 2016 and then they were going after him about the whole Access Hollywood thing, what did he do? He starts bringing out Paula Jones. He starts bringing out Juanita Broderick and starts going after Bill Clinton. He brought them to the debate. So it's like, I got this on me. Now I'm going to put it on Hillary and Bill Clinton and what he did. So he doesn't suck at that. If something's bad on him, he'll make sure to get it.
He cares about his image a lot. That's about it. Yeah. He's very spiteful. He's very vindictive. He's very childish. He's a malignant narcissist. He is literally a malignant narcissist, just like Hitler.
I mean, I guess you're just trying to compare personalities. I mean, I would say the actions are quite different between those two.
Well, I mean, if you heard the way he talked, you would agree. I mean,
no, I know.
Trump's lying awake 2 a.m. tweeting about how bad the picture was that someone painted of him in the Colorado state capitol. Like while the economy was eating shit, while the world was on fire, that's what he was tweeting about. That's what he was worried about.
And the thing is, I can't speak for you, but my thinking is, with different situations like that, if you don't talk about something that's negative from you, it may just go away. But if you keep talking about it, then it might keep going on and bring attention. So there are times where I listen to him, why, like you're saying, why bring it up and why talk about it? You're just gonna bring it more attention, and he can't let things go. And you're right though, that you got to let things go in life for certain things, especially if it's not that important. It's not a big deal. Just move on.
Yeah. There's no talk. There's no talk you could have with Trump to make him be like, oh, no, this is something inherent about Trump. He is extremely narcissistic.
Yeah, or let's say he would golf or whatever and he loses, then he'll try to make up something of why he lost.
There's a literal book about that. There's a literal book. It's called Commander in Cheat, and it's about how he cheats at golf. And it talks about what kind of person you are. If you have a friend that cheats in video games or cheats in board games, and what that says about their character, Trump literally cheats at golf. He has a golf cart that goes 20 or or 10 miles an hour faster than everybody else's. He moves his ball all the time. They talk about. There's a whole book.
I think he's an okay golfer, though. He's not horrible at it, but yeah, I've heard that as well. What you're saying. No, I mean for a person who's a non-golfer, he's not like terrible. I don't know what his handicap is, but they were having that whole debate with Biden about it, where Biden was saying his handicap and then Trump was saying his.
Yeah,
But I don't know. It's just,
that was
the prompt
dumb.
is the prompt is just a general statement. Your prompt, so that's why I'm just trying to say, like, I don't think you're of the opinion that he sucks at everything he does.
I guess
He won the presidency. He won the
he could probably eat a
You win the
hamburger
presidency.
eating competition.
That's
He
a
won
talent
the
too.
he won the presidency by being loud,
have to be
obnoxious,
the
and
food talent?
bombastic. He won the presidency in the most disgusting way. He was like this perfect fit for this awful human being to win the presidency.
Do you think Joey Chestnut is not talented?
Who's that?
You know, that's Steve Nathan's hot dog eater. Do you think there's no talent to that, to eat 70 hot dogs in 12 minutes?
Sure, he's talented.
Okay, so you're going after people for if they're doing an eating competition, but there's a talent to that. You wouldn't say they suck.
Okay.
It's considered even a sport.
Okay, hey, do you think Schindler was good at some of the things he did?
Oh, absolutely. He
Does
was
he suck?
talented. He doesn't suck at everything because it's a general statement. My point is, though, with someone like the Mustache Man, people say he was talented as far as a speaker. He was talented as far as communication, because to get people to do what they did.
I don't see how it blows your mind, though. So, like, imagine me being in 1940s Germany and me having a Schindler sucks sticker. That's the equivalent. Schindler sucks. I mean, not suck at everything. Maybe a gray painter. But he sucks. So does Trump.
Oh, there's things he sucked at as far as like with Mustache Man being a human being, he sucked. But I'm just saying he didn't suck at everything. That's my whole point. Is it's a general prompt. I was trying to just bring up some points where he doesn't suck at everything. There's things he sucks. There's things he doesn't. But that's also like different human beings, you and me, that we suck at things, but there's also things we're good at.
Okay.
I mean, that's mostly what I wanted to say. I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to discuss. But
No, I appreciate you. Appreciate you coming up, dude.
All right. Have a good night.
You too. Chat, if you enjoy debates, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Botch, dude.
Hey, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing good. How are you, man?
I'm doing excellent. I'm doing really, really good. I've just been basically busy. I had to go to Toronto to a cousin's wedding, just enjoying life and whatnot. Very hot in Vegas, my friend. We're around 104. Yeah, it's been 104. I think we hit 110 today. Our summers are very, very hot. You've been to Vegas, right?
I used to live there. Yeah.
Yeah, so you know, the summer's here. You stay indoors. I was going to go for a walk right now, but I said to myself, it's still 95. and we're getting into around 8 o'clock. So I was going to go for a walk in the mountains, and then I said, I think at 95, I'll just stay in the AC. But yeah, no, I was listening to your last conversation and that, it seemed like you were feeling a little bit, even at the end with the Schindler thing and that. It's crazy how people make excuses for Donald Trump, even with this whole Epstein thing. Right now, Epstein is, the files and that, and he's talking about why are we still talking about him and blah blah blah, and MAGA's upset. But did you expect anything different? Like, I'm surprised he didn't even make up a list and tell Pam Bondi, why don't you just make up a list and throw it out there? Yeah. I'm surprised he didn't do that. Were you not expecting him to do that?
Yeah, he could have just said, like, listen, these are the people we sent to CCOT.
Yeah.
Did that.
Exactly.
They're gone.
But it's kind of like, I mean, he's telling people, and Kash Patel and the other guy, Dan Bongini, that made millions of dollars grifting and conspiracy in Fox News. And now these same critters told people there's nothing there, don't worry about it, move on. And Pam Bondi had the list. Now they're blaming Biden got rid of the list. It's turned into such a shit show. And I don't know. I just, do you think this is something that's going to go away for him, or do you think MAGA people will just gulp it like everything else and just move on to the next thing?
I don't know. I think this very surprisingly has been the breaking point for a lot of MAGA. It has. I had I don't know if you saw, I had RC come up here, tell me he's no longer a Trumper. I don't know if you know
Yeah,
who that
I
is.
know. Well, I don't know who that is, but I know that there's a lot of people that were strongly, for him, and they are disappointed in that. I had a friend of mine, David, that I've known for 30 years, and this is how screwed up it is. I was talking to him about this Epstein thing and how Donald Trump, at that table there was saying, forget about it. And he was arguing with me saying, well, I didn't hear that. And he goes, well, Botch, why would I take your opinion about that? I go, but David, I'm not making an opinion. I'm just telling you what Donald Trump said. He said, forget about Epstein and why are we still talking about him? And you're trying to tell me you never heard this? Like really? Like, Pickles, is there people that blinded that they still don't want to believe the video and the information that comes straight from Donald Trump? Like, what are we living in?
Yeah.
Like I don't get it, my friend. I'm just kind of like bewildered by it all, as in how there's such a hold. And just like the other guy that you were talking to, like, you're looking for like a good points on a man that really 99% of everything that he has done for America has been bad. Like I mean, the whole grifting and everything, I get it. He's going to grift the money for himself, but he hasn't grifted money for the American people that voted for him. This big, beautiful bill is going to be taking, benefits away from the people that actually elected him. Like, I don't even get any of this stuff. Like, this whole mass deportation is not working.
Yeah, I agree. I got a few in the box though for debates.
Yeah, no, not a problem. Listen, it was a pleasure talking to you. Are you underneath the weather? It seems like you're a little bit, you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Listen, it was a pleasure talking to you as usual. Keep up the good fight, my friend, and I will enjoy the lives, and I'll listen in on the next guy.
Sounds
Take
good,
care.
bub. Take it easy, man.
Okay, bye.
Yellow.
Hello, how's it going?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
For the most part, I'd say I support some policy. Yeah, more of a. What's up?
How old are you?
22.
It's your birthday.
March 8th, 2003.
Okay. Well, all right. What were you saying?
I was just answering your question.
What do you like about Trump?
I think in terms of policy, I like the idea of the First Step Act. I like the Remain in Mexico, in my opinion. I'm a stronger I think my biggest, I guess, values that I support the most, it would be the border, having a strong border, and economics. So I think the First Step Act was a good.
What did the First Step Act do?
That was the criminal justice reform.
What did it do?
It reduces the repeat offenses, released nonviolent offenders. It was in like 2018 or 17.
Yeah.
And it's still.
Yeah. First Step Act was okay. The Remain in Mexico thing, I would say, is goofy. First of all, it basically just said that all asylum seekers who weren't from Mexico had to wait in Mexico, and it was right outside the border wall, and they had this just huge, like, 10 cities, and the cartel would come around and fuck with them, and the Remain in Mexico thing only affected 70,000 people. So at the peak of it, we were seeing like 10,000 something a day and shit. 70,000, it's almost nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But out of the 70,000 people, 3,400 people were fucking victims of violence, rape, being kidnapped, you name it. That's why
Yeah.
Remain in Mexico was horrible. The other thing was, we were under this thing called Title 42. And Title 42 basically was like a health code thing saying the United States was underneath, emergency, yada, yada, yada.
Mm-hmm.
So the problem with Trump's border policy was if you tried to come through and you were stopped, you could get one ticket and you were kicked out. And then after that, you can come and try as many times as you want to over and over again until you got through.
Yeah.
So they were catching people that were like trying like 3 times in the same day. So I think Trump's border was goofy, and I think if you actually look at the Biden numbers, Biden deported more people than Trump by far,
Mm-hmm.
and he expelled people from the border at a higher rate than Trump. Trump just ran a whole campaign saying that the border was wide open. That's why people think it's wide
Yep.
open.
Yeah, no, 100%. What are your opinions on USMCA? Because I was a fan of that as well.
I think it's okay. I don't know. It wasn't anything just like brilliant. It was pretty much the same thing as NAFTA, just slightly changed. And
Updated a little bit.
Trump literally went back on the USMCA the second he started doing tariffs. He fucked up the trade deal.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, you're right. What about the original tax reform, the 2017 Tax Cuts and Job Act? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with your views.
Hey, if you look at the 10-year analysis that Brookings did, you'll see that Trump did just about everything that you would do if you wanted to slide all of the moving parts of a tax bill to the rich people. So while yes, we got some stuff, the middle class and the lower class got some cuts.
Mhm.
He took away deductions that made us eventually pay more out of pocket, and he slid all of the benefits to the rich, to the corporations. He gave 15% tax cut, permanent tax cut to corporations making $400,000 or more, and we will be paying for that for the rest of our lives.
Cool. Yeah, I would consider myself a pretty moderate person. I struggled finding the right, I guess, person to vote for. It just seemed like both parties were kind of trying to divide the other side. So I struggled trying to sort through what was real, what wasn't real, stuff like that. So I've just been kind of joining these, listening to you guys speak. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, dude. You're welcome back anytime, all right, dude?
Cool. Have a good one.
You too. Yellow.
Yeah, what's going on?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
What do you like about Trump?
I believe he would be closer to my more pro law and order policies and someone who would stand up against the radical, basically left wing gender ideology.
The left-wing gender ideology.
Yeah, I don't want to get banned on here, but I basically believe in sports. People, what they're born as, that's what they should compete as. There should be no exceptions to that.
Can you tell me which Democrats are pushing for all of this stuff with sports?
Well, obviously, some they may not be publicly pushing for it, but they're not pushing against it. I just don't think that's something that makes much sense. I think every single person in their own personal life, what they do when they're of age is their decision. But I think in the public sphere, we should just be based on what reality is. So for people, whatever they're born as, that's what they should compete as. That's one thing, and President Trump did that, so I'm happy he did that. And I believe he is closer to my more pro law and order policy, supporting the police, not defunding them, making sure there's more stronger convictions for violent offenders to make sure they're in prison.
I don't know. I think that Trump is. I don't know. I obviously have problems with considering Trump a law and order president since he has 34 felonies, and he also has half of the nation justifying his wrongdoings half the time he gets caught and indicted. So, for instance, his tax crimes or his misrepresentation of his finances, statement of
So
finances.
do you know the details of those cases? Do you know the details of them?
Yeah.
So the one in New York, we had multiple, but when I saw, Letitia James campaigned on throwing him in prison. He was in New York, a very hostile jurisdiction, a very strong Democrat jury. He was tried on a crime that was an expired misdemeanor, falsification of business records, which happened in 2016. There's a 2-year expiration date, and they charged it up as a felony during an election year. He got tried in 4 different jurisdictions within a matter of 4 months. And we also look at the greater world stage. We see people like Marie Le Pen, Javier Bolsonaro, the leader in Romania. A lot of right-wing candidates around the world are getting charged on trumped-up charges. So it seems like there's a broader agenda going on, not just for law and order.
Yeah. So I again, Trump ran on lock her up. She actually said that she will follow the evidence wherever it goes, right? She didn't say she was going to lock him up.
Who said they're going to follow evidence wherever it goes?
Letitia James.
I mean, she also campaigned on putting him in prison. I mean, can I ask you a nice question? Like, if Barack Obama got charged in rural Alabama, where 85% of the jury pool believed he was born in Kenya, and the attorney general of that county campaigned on throwing him in prison, would you question the legitimacy of the charges?
No, I would just look at the case and look at the details of the case. So, like, do you think that Trump knew or didn't knew for 10 years straight that he mislabeled his 10,000 square foot penthouse in New York as 30,000 square feet? Do you think he didn't know about that?
It was a 3-story penthouse. He lived on the top story. It was 30,000 square feet. The bottom 2 he rented out. He was not actively living in them. But I mean, yeah, definitely.
It was 11,000 square feet. You're saying that it was in whole 30,000?
All 3 floors, yeah. He lived on the top floor. He wasn't living in the other floors. But I mean, that's a very common thing. I mean, that's a very common thing that people do, especially in the real estate business. But we just look at it like, yeah, I mean, there's definitely little irregularities here and there.
Can you tell
like
me where
many
to find
business
that?
people's. The 3-story penthouse. I mean, I don't have a specific source. I've just looked into it a little bit, but I mean, I assume because he misrepresented the square footage on his penthouse. I assume that's the reason you don't support him. And barring that, let's just admit that is true. Let's admit that he did pay Michael Cohen hush money payments to Stormy Daniels. All 4 of these charges and 4 different jurisdictions getting charged at the same time definitely does signal political backing. It doesn't signal honest prosecutors, because if people were prosecuting actual crime in New York, they would look at the quality of life crimes, the people that are there on the streets. There's a lot more bigger targets than some guy 30 years ago misrepresenting the square footage of his penthouse.
I literally talk about this all the time, right? So same thing with migrants, right? Migrants usually are considered a net positive for the economy. They literally create almost no crime, almost none at all. But Trump is using hundreds of billions of dollars to hunt these people down, literally tackling people like Dog the Bounty Hunter at fucking children's birthday parties.
So, I mean, I think when we look at the broader agenda, obviously not every single person who comes into the country has good intentions. I don't think it's unreasonable to say that every single person that comes into the country should be background checked. I also think it's not unreasonable to say that we are a very beloved country around the world, so much that people are willing to risk their lives to come here. Obviously, we should make sure the people that come here are going to be beneficial. And if they are going to come into our country, they should have to follow a certain process. And it shouldn't just be they're allowed to show up and we're obligated to let them in.
Yeah, I know. Again, but you just said we should be looking at things that and spending our time more wisely on people who break more like harsh laws, things that are actually hurting our society. And all you have in rebuttal is that we just need to be more careful and just reiterate the fact that you are for spending a lot more money on that, even though the downside is something could happen. Someone could do things like Trump did all the time.
So, I guess it comes to the question with his immigration policy. Do you support what he's done on border security in his first 100 days, or do you think
Absolutely
that's
not.
bad what he's done? No. So what don't you like about what he's done?
Okay, so do you think we should be sending people to prison for the rest of their lives with no due process?
We should be sending people, you mean people that are unlawfully in the country being sent to El Salvador?
Yep.
So if they're Salvadorian nationals and they get sent back to El Salvador and they're not lawfully in this country, what
Some
happens
of
to
them
them
aren't
is
from
what
El Salvador.
they're gonna do. Some of them are Trinidad from Venezuela. Yeah, I'm aware. Do I think that's okay? I think getting rid of violent people who are not lawfully in this country, I don't think that's an unreasonable thing. What happens in El Salvador is what happens.
90% of them were not, they had no criminal record in either country. And for you to just turn a blind eye and be like, well, whatever happens after they leave Texas, United States jurisdiction is not my business. It is our business. We put them all the way in prison. We put them all the way in prison.
I think the big issue for me, I guess when we talk on law and order in general, for me personally, I believe law and order has been very lax. A lot of crime has happened. There's a lot of issues in this country right now, especially in inner cities where there's just rampant pew-pew violence. There's people that do 20 different
crime
crimes.
is down from when Trump left the first time. Crime was down.
That's the thing, though. It's like kind of saying that's kind of like the same gaslighting that led to Democrats losing, saying that these things aren't happening, crime's down, the border's secure. Like, that's just not what people see. That's just really not
I know
the reality
it's not what
of the
people
situation.
see. This is why, dude, you guys are so misled by the media. It's crazy. This is how people
I could
die.
say you're misled by crime stats, too, because crime stats can also be fluffed up. there could be a home invasion that I charge as trespassing. It's not a genuine thing.
So this is how people die. We got heart disease, cancer, road incidents. All the way down here is homicide. You see that gray line? And then you go all the way over here. And in fact, one tiny portion of that, 0.01%, is terrorism. Do you see how they're shown in the media? This is how they're represented in the media. So when you're like, well, I saw 1 million migrants murder someone last year. I saw it 1 million. It must be hundreds of thousands of people.
Well, I never said I saw millions of migrants unalive somebody last year. I never said that. Obviously, it did happen.
You didn't say
there
that.
There are migrants who did kill people.
How many migrants do you think killed people last year? Undocumented.
Hundreds, probably. Probably hundreds. Thousands, maybe. I don't know the exact number, but I know it definitely happened.
Okay, it's 29.
I don't know if that's accurate, but I think when we look at things, generally speaking, I guess my crime policy is I think any person who, like, the thing is, like, we look at a lot of these inner cities, people, they get charged with one thing, they get let out, like a carjacking, and then they get let out on cashless bail, and they get charged for another thing, and then they get let out on cashless bail. I just think, me personally, for crime, we should kind of adopt a more aggressive approach where if there's one crime that's committed, a carjacking or anything that's violent, we should just put them in prison forever, and they really should never get out. That's my personal opinion on it. I think doing that would obviously be a strong deterrent for people to have a functional society. Because what I want is a functional society. Like, I went to Dubai, and you can literally, like, there's videos of people leaving their Rolls Royce key on their Rolls Royce, like, outside, and they leave for 2 hours, and nothing happens. You can't even walk around with a purse in New York City and not be worried about getting mugged.
We've already seen what tough on crime. We already have 25% of the Earth's population in prison, and it turns out it's not free, right? We got to
Well, a lot of
pay.
it's non-violent. That's the problem. People have wanted more
Okay, but
non-violent
we
people in
we
prison.
still have to pay for all of that, and it turns out also, we're just creating. If these people, I guess you want them in the prison for the rest of their life, but when we put people in prison
If
for
they do
violent
something
crimes,
that's violent, yeah.
yeah, I think that's crazy. I think you're a dictator.
Why do you think that's? I mean, why do you think it's crazy to have safety? I mean, El Salvador, they solved their crime problem really quickly.
Yeah,
I'm
dude.
not saying to go to that measure, but I mean, it worked.
Yeah, cruel and unusual punishments. Thank you, $20. Tell Timu bin Shapiro to say thank you to me. um, it's guys, it's 40 to kick, by the way, Shakuna. Um, yeah, we could stop all shoplifting if we chopped people's hands off and made all of their ancestors
Well, I never
like
said
go to prison
shoplifting
camp.
should be what people go to prison for. I'm
What's that?
saying people that do. I never said shoplifting should be life without
Yeah,
parole. I
I
said
know, but
actual
you're
violent crimes like
glazing.
armed carjackings or
You're
anything where there's a
glazing.
weapon or violence used.
You're glazing cruel and unusual punishment.
Well, if that's cruel and unusual, I support my policy. Anyone who commits a violent crime, I think, should go to prison and just never get out.
I
That's
know.
my personal opinion on it.
You just reiterated it, but it's still cruel and unusual.
Well, I mean, I think safety is something that, when we look at the world, is very unusual. I think there's a lot of countries where there's a lot of prosperity. I mean, I look at the UAE. I mean, there's like no crime there. I mean, you can walk outside. You can. I mean, there's people, they leave $10,000 in cash and a Rolls Royce key in the mall, and it's there 2 hours later. I mean, in San Francisco, people literally leave their cars unlocked to not get their stuff stolen. I mean, it's just insane what our cities have turned into. I mean, it's people should live a
Yeah.
much prosperous life. I think safety. The biggest thing for me is safety, right? And I don't really care who does it. I just
What are you
want
basing
somebody
your
to do it.
logic on?
I'm just basing it on the average, everyday, non-political citizen who works a job. How is their life the most prosperous?
You are not that, though.
That's what I base my logic on.
But you're not that.
How am I not that?
Because you're one person. You're not a conglomeration of people's experiences across the country.
Well, yeah, obviously. I mean, if I get enough people
How old
to
are you?
support what I believe, I'm 24.
Oh, you're yeah. You don't even have anywhere near enough life experience to to say that you are in any way an approximation of an average of Americans across any number of metropolitan areas across a nation that has multiple time zones, 300 million people. Yeah, no.
Exactly. And if I get enough
okay,
people
so then
to
why are you
support
speaking
my
on behalf
policies,
of them?
because I'm supporting what I would publicly want to support, and I think a
Well,
lot
no,
of people agree.
that's not answering the question. How are you speaking for an average?
Sure, I'm a human being who looks at things and I
irrelevant.
make opinions. Well, you're the same. Well, I could say you're irrelevant too, because you're the same.
I'm not speaking for an average. You are.
I'm speaking, so I don't even know where this conversation's even going. I just said I want public safety. I don't want people that are mentally ill and homeless on the streets. I don't think Penn Station should have people shooting up.
I don't need your stump speech. I need you to tell me how you are basing. Yes, the stump speech where you go back to, oh well, I don't know where this argument's going, so now I'm going to go back to, well, I just want good things, and I don't want bad things, and I think bad things are bad, and I think that good things are good. So I need you to tell me. You're the one who was saying that all that we need to do is look outside. All we need to do is just go look at your city. Hold on, dude. You keep talking, and I understand that it's because you're uncomfortable and you're like trying to get control of the conversation, so you keep interjecting. Please be quiet. Once I stop talking, then you can talk, okay?
Yes,
Thank you. Excellent. So, like I was saying before, you are retreating to a stump speech because you really want to try and maintain control of the conversation, which is, I like good things, I don't like bad things. I support good things, I don't support bad things. And it makes you sound reasonable when you do that. So you like retreating to that. You've done that multiple times with Bickles already. And I'm asking you, what are you basing this rationale on, that crime is really bad right now in the United States, that it's rampant, that immigrants are totally committing all sorts of crime? He gave you the stat for how many unalivings occurred last year by migrants. And you said, well, I don't think so. What are you basing that on?
Sure. So I'm basing on my experience when I have been in cities. I see people that are
How many cities
on
have you been in?
illegal. I've been to San Francisco, New York
One,
City,
two,
West Palm Beach,
three,
Miami,
four,
Atlanta,
five,
Philadelphia.
6.
I didn't see it in Cleveland. Well, I wasn't in the rough area of Cleveland, but point is, when I see
So
things like in
6, and you're
watching.
24 years old.
So are you going to let me speak?
How many
I mean, I
years?
let you speak. Can I speak? So when I look at a lot of things going on in cities, I see there's a lot of trash. I see there's people that are just mentally unwell. I mean, I was walking through San Francisco outside of my hotel, and there's literally people shooting up on the sidewalks. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? Why is this happening?
Okay.
I don't think people should have to deal with that, regardless of their
Cool. Okay,
political
so now you're
affiliation.
going back to the good things, bad things thing.
Well, do you think that's good? I mean, do you think that's a good thing?
Once again, you're retreating to good things and bad things. I'm
Well, I just want
asking
to get to the
you,
core
what
of
are
the
you
issue.
basing it on? You're 24, you've been to 6 cities. How much time did you
Yeah.
spend in each one of those cities?
My whole life.
You're 24 years in each
Probably
city?
months. No, I mean probably months in each city. I was in San Francisco for a
Months in
couple of
each
weeks.
city.
Miami. I mean, I'm just giving the general averages. I
Okay.
wasn't there for months at a time, but a lot of the times it was vacation. I was in Washington D.C. for an
Vacation.
internship. Yeah, vacation. Yeah.
The internship probably would have been a good, I guess, cross section. The other one's vacation? No.
And so I'm just saying my personal experience. I think
Right.
a lot
Your personal
of
experience
Democrat
is not
cities.
data.
Well, it's how people vote. They
It's
vote on what they
anecdotal.
look
I
at.
understand that people vote that way. I'm saying that is not data, right?
Okay, but we're going back and forth on data that can be manipulated because it's
No,
manipulated all the time.
not manipulated. You're telling me about a
100%,
personal
yeah.
experience that I have no way of verifying whatsoever. You could have manipulated the fuck out of everything that you
Okay,
just told
so
me.
let's ask the question. Let's ask your experience. Yes
I've been
or
to
no? Are there
126
people?
cities,
Are
and
there
I'm
people?
32
Okay,
years
I'm
old. In
asking a
fact, I'm
question.
also an
asking a
immortal
question.
wizard, and
Are there people
I'm
in San
also
Francisco
the city
shooting up
comptroller
heroin?
for like 4 different cities.
Are
I
there
made all that
people in
up,
San
right?
Francisco shooting up drugs in the streets? Yes or
Okay,
no?
this is you retreating to bad things, not
I'm just
listening.
asking you a question. Is it
No,
happening? Yes or no?
Okay, do you support good things?
Why can't you? Yeah, 100%.
Okay, cool. Me too. Hey, we support good things. Awesome. Do you support
Good.
bad things?
No.
Me either. See? You see how easy that was?
Mhm.
Awesome. Okay.
So-
So again, when it comes to cities, you are basing it on anecdotal evidence that I have no way of verifying. You
Well, is it
admitted yourself.
happening? Yes or no?
You
Let me
admitted
ask you.
yourself.
You've been to so many cities. Is it happening? Yes or no? Are there people?
You
shooting
admitted
up
yourself that you
heroin
are
in San
24
Francisco?
years old. You have only spent
Why are you
months
dodging
at
my
best
question?
in these cities. And I'm
Why are
sorry,
you
no.
dodging my
I'm
question?
because I'm
Yes
in the
or
middle of
no?
a sentence. Because I'm in the middle of a sentence.
Well, because you don't want to answer my question, because you know what the
Yeah,
answer
I don't
is,
want to
it's
answer your
yes,
question.
and you don't want to justify
I don't want to answer your
Democrat
question because it's
policies that
another
led to that.
permutation of good things, bad things.
Well, you just don't want to answer the truth. and
No,
that's
I don't
what's
want to
going
answer the
on.
question because it's another permutation of good things, bad things. Yes,
I want to
exactly.
solve crime.
Yes, it is.
I want to
Exactly.
solve
Thank you.
people
Do
that
I
are
support good
mentally
things?
ill
Yes. Do I support
on
bad things?
drugs
No.
and they want them off the
See, it's the
streets.
exact
That's
same
all I
thing,
want.
dude. I can just ask that
But
question
this is why
instead because
people
it's the
don't
same
vote for
thing.
Democrats, because you're gaslighting. You're telling
And
them
now
stuff
you're
that's happening
retreating
that's
to
not
this is
happening.
why you guys lost.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's true.
This
I mean,
is
if people would address
it's seriously, it's a
concerns,
dialogue
then
tree.
people would
Like,
vote
come
for you.
on, man. What is
If you want
this?
to
What
keep
is
doing
this
this, that's
LLM
totally
of like
cool.
right-wing
I mean,
argument?
I'm just trying to solve problems. Well, I mean,
No, you're
right-wing
not.
arguments
Stop
what won.
retreating to good things, bad things.
Right-wing arguments what won this election. It's what won the popular vote. I mean, if you guys want to keep doing this and gaslighting, that's totally
Dialogue
fine.
trees
That's
is
on
what
you.
won this election?
Donald Trump won in 2024. Yeah.
Donald Trump's a dialogue? Never mind. Okay. All right. I'll stop.
This
I mean,
is what
I
this
just
is
think
what
it's smart to
this
address
is
issues,
no.
right?
I don't think
Heart to
y'all
heart conversation.
every
That's what I
time
think.
every time I ask one of y'all this question, you don't know what to say. All right,
What's the question?
y'all are experts at critiquing cities that have like homelessness. What do Republicans do to stop people from being homeless and using drugs?
I can tell you. I'd love to tell you how you solve it. Can I explain?
Yeah, what do Republicans do?
Am I on mute? Sure. So I think if we took leadership in these cities, which we don't, but I mean, I would like to work with Democrats. I would like to solve these things because it's a quality of life issue. It's not a Republican-Democrat issue. It's a quality of life issue. I think what you have to do is anyone who's on the streets mentally unwell, shooting up rugs, I don't want to say the word, You round them up, get them in treatment, get them well, and get them in the workforce. And if they cannot stay in the workforce or stay a stable, functioning individual, they get taken back off the
So
streets.
you're just talking
They
about
get
a
put back in a
diversion
facility.
program, or a
Yeah, I
social
mean,
safety net.
you solve it. Yeah.
Yeah. And which party usually does things like that? The left or the right? The left, who
The left
usually
advocates for certain things, but they
yes,
just don't solve it.
but we do that. Y'all don't do that, right? The Republicans don't do any of that.
Well, obviously, both of us haven't done it because it still exists. I mean,
No,
I don't run the whole
nobody's
Republican Party.
resolved all of homelessness, but
I
the
mean, but
Republicans
this is the thing, though.
notoriously don't do this. They just go yell at poor people.
Well, people don't yell at poor people. No one's yelling at someone who's poor. I'm just saying fundamentally, right? People that are mentally unwell, that are not functioning individuals, I just don't think they should just be living their best life in the city, just causing quality of life problems. I
I
just
mean,
don't
we all
believe that.
say that, yes, but y'all are the ones who are tearing money and food stamps out of people's mouths, creating more of that, and we are the ones trying to help those people. You see how silly it is for someone on the right to call out and complain about people that are homelessness when y'all constantly do nothing but take benefits away from those people?
So I mean, let's talk about that issue in particular, right? When we talk about taking away benefits from people, what we want to do is give people opportunities. But then again, look, a lot of these problems, I don't run the Republican Party, okay? All I can say is what I believe, and as a voter, I have to look at issues and look at candidates and decide which one will potentially move the world in my ideal scenario, right? So a lot of issues like homelessness or illegal immigration, they're allowed to exist because both sides benefit from, like illegal immigration. Republicans benefit by the cheap labor, and Democrats benefit from it by being able to call the Republicans racist for wanting deportations. It's an issue where both sides benefit. The same thing with homelessness. The people that benefit are the people getting the money for treatment centers, because if they actually solve the problem, the money for treatment centers would stop. And a lot of these issues, it's really a uniparty at the top. It's not.
Thank you, Christina, for the $1.50. She says, "Love those buttermilk biscuits." And Lindsay, thank you for the 10. She says, ask him what he thinks about Trump pardoning and releasing violent January 6ers.
Yeah, I can answer that question. So for me personally, I am against it. However, if I was president of the United States, I would have pardoned him, because the sad reality of the political arena is every side needs their violent rioters. I mean, that's just the truth. The left needs the people that are willing to flip cop cars and throw bricks through buildings, and the Republicans need them too, because if things pop off, you need your base willing to be out in the streets for you. I mean, that's just the truth. I know people won't admit that, but I mean, that's just the truth. So me personally, I'm against it, but if I was president, I would have done the same thing, just like Kamala Harris donated to bail funds for rioters, because regardless, both sides, they need their base. They need the people that are radical, that are willing to be there fighting for them.
Got it. It's so not exactly the president of Law and Order.
I mean, if we're being 100% honest, I think if I was in charge, I'm not in charge, but if I was in charge, I think when there's any riot, the police should be able to use their weapons to defend themselves, whether it's J6 or whether it's ICE or whoever. If there is something turning from a protest into a riot,
weapons on your own citizens?
People that are rioting, not citizens. I mean, you obviously give them a warning, like you tell them, "Hey, back off."
Those are the same
This is
thing.
getting a riot. Yeah, weapons.
You just want to. You think we should live in a police state?
I mean, I think we should live in a state where people are not throwing bricks through buildings or assaulting cops on any side of the aisle.
What if there was a really bad government in place? What if there was somebody doing really bad stuff?
Well, I mean, that's up for each individual person to decide. But I mean, if we're talking about protesting, right? A protest is a protest. What I'm saying is when it gets violent, I mean, that's when, I mean, look, every single government, when they get violent, right, it's either the people win, the revolution wins, or the system survives. I mean, that's how human history's worked out. I'm just someone who I don't personally think any issue you advocate for, if you're going to attack cops or throw Molotov cocktails in buildings, I just don't see how that advocates for your issue. I don't see how people
Yeah,
on
I
J6
don't
who
want to
are
live in a
violent.
society where you can just get shot for
I'm not saying
doing
you just shoot them.
vandalism.
I'm saying you literally say, back off. This is a restricted area. Back off. Fire a couple warning things and let people know this is going to get serious if you don't back off. I think the Capitol, when it was getting breached, the people should have been able to use, the cops should have been able to defend themselves. I think the same thing with ICE. I think whatever it is, the police should be able to defend themselves when it
Like
gets
what?
serious.
So Ashley Babbitt was good. She deserved to die.
I mean, I think she should have gotten warned. I mean, I think it's tragic anybody dies. Don't get me wrong, but I think she should have been warned. But then again,
She
I mean,
was.
she was somewhere she shouldn't have been. So I mean, it is tragic. But
She was warned.
I mean, the guy didn't give her a direct warning. Hey, back
Oh my
off.
God.
Get out of here.
They were all warned.
Somebody, can you say thank you, Big Shakuna? MAGA James.
Thank who?
Big Shakuna.
What am I thanking Shakuna for?
For my donation.
Well, I don't know what that has to do with me. I mean, I didn't get anything. I mean, I guess
You got kicked. Thank you, Big Shakuna.
Thank you, Big Shakuna.
Let's go. All right. Chat, we're going to go to the next guest. Don't forget to tap the screen. Give me a follow if you enjoy these debates. If you're friendly, get out of my goddamn it box.
For the night.
Hello?
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate that. This is such a fucking W. I did not expect to get that back. What did you say?
I said I do for the most.
Hello?
Hey, good evening.
What's up, man? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I'd say there's a fair amount of things I was appreciative of. Yeah.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
I like the TCJA, that it's been permanently codified. I like the working requirements or the requirements associated with Medicare, Medicaid. I liked his SCOTUS picks the first time around. Thomas is coming up for retirement. Sotomayor's getting up there. Might have to appoint a couple more, depending upon how that shakes out. So there's a few reasons to vote for the guy. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, Pickles, I've heard you quite a few times, and I wanted to talk to you about you want to. I wanted to talk to you about the debt, and I wanted to talk to you about your position on the policies you'd like to increase financially and decrease financially. Are you open to talking about that?
Sure.
So I've heard you talk before, and correct the record. I've heard you talk before that you basically want to, colloquially increase the welfare state. Yeah.
Increase the welfare state?
Yeah, you want to put more funding towards welfare programs on the federal level, right?
Sure.
Well, why is it that you want to do that?
I think that we've seen there's studies. I'm gonna have to find which city this was again, but there's studies that show that when we inject money into food programs and like well-being programs for those in poverty, impoverished areas, we see hospitals and police or jails fill up less. We spend a lot less money on those things. I think it, in most cases, in big cities, it's a no-brainer. It pays for itself. And I think it's also what hurts red states. I think that red states that lack these things lack the ability to grow their population. And I don't know. I also think that we're just the richest country on earth, and we could easily do this. We spend 1.6% of our tax dollars on these things. I think it's
Whoa.
sad.
Wait, what? You think we spend 1.6 of our tax revenue on welfare programs at the federal level?
If you're not talking about if you set aside um uh welfare or Medicaid and Social Security, because those are self-funded. Yes, it's
Whoa, whoa,
1.6%.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Red flag. Would you say Social Security is self-funded?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not the entire story. Social Security is the biggest detractor to the deficit, usually year over year.
But it is funded by itself in a pulled out of a line item of your uh of your taxes. It's called Social Security, right?
Yeah, it is, yeah. But wait, do you think that the money that gets drawn out of my account is dollar for dollar what I receive saved aside for
No.
Papa Murph right? So it's not self-funded in the regard that it's dollar for dollar matched, right? And the
Yeah.
problem that we have is life expectancy has increased and there hasn't been positive population growth.
Yeah, I know.
So it's the hugest detractor regarding our deficit year over year because we have to keep on pulling funding from other sources to service it. And so it doesn't seem like it's a successful program all in all, just on the basis that it will go and it'll be
It'll be
insolvent soon
insolvent. Yeah.
enough,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. I think we could easily solve that just by taking the cap off
Well,
of the what the cap is for what you pay. I think it's like $172,000 this year. If you make over $172,000, you pay the max. I think you should take that off.
well, I don't really know if that would solve the problem entirely. That might assist the problem, but the reason it
Robert
wouldn't solve the reason it wouldn't solve the problem, Pickles, is because there's not enough people that are paying into it, but there's too many people that are collecting it.
There's a guy named Robert Reich. You heard of him?
Hmm.
He does the math for you, and it would solve it instantly.
Yeah, but okay. First, I would be critical of Robert Reich's math regarding that, and I'd have to look at that regarding Social Security with a microscopic lens for a few reasons. A few reasons, right? But that's not really solving the issue at large here, which is that we have a year-over-year deficit that services these welfare programs, right? And
Uh,
that year-over-year deficit isn't getting better under either administration, historically, left or right, but you want to increase the welfare state. So how do we increase the welfare state while also at the same time dealing with this deficit and negative population growth and an increase in life expectancy?
I don't know. Maybe start by not deporting tens of millions of people.
There's been tens of millions of people deported.
Well, that's what they're aiming for, right? Like 10 million.
You think that by not deporting tens of millions of people, that will solve the deficit?
It will soften the blow from uh our insolvency. They pay towards Social Security. They're having birth. He just reversed that, having the birth rate change so we can have citizens. He just changed that. Like the insolvency and the birth rate decline. Just fucked that one up real good.
Well, right, but I'm saying like so the Congressional Budget Office, when they look at illegal immigration numbers with how much they contribute to GDP, it's like at first it's really complicated because the contribution they say is between 4 and 500 billion, but that's not the entire answer because on the state level they do legitimately have a detraction from funds, especially regarding education. So how much they cost the economy versus how much they provide, that's not really it's a really complicated thing to quantify, but if you even could quantify it, I don't think it would be enough to solve the deficit problem. Like we're at what? Is it 2.1 trillion in a deficit this year?
Uh, Possibly, but
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I think that that puts a dent in it, right? It's not just going to single-handedly do it. That we can't figure out what it is that makes people have more kids, but if we're gonna
Well,
cry
we
about
we know we know why people have had less kids though, whether we know descriptively why people have had less kids. It's because of an increase in birth control is the primary contributing factor. Do we agree
Okay.
on that?
Okay, sure. I can say that could be, yeah. But it's not poverty. It's not being rich. It's probably something along those lines that prevent it, and that might be. I mean, it might be why the Republicans are going after that ultimately.
Do you think the Republicans are going after birth control so that they can increase the population of the country?
Sure.
Okay, let's get into it. I haven't heard this one. Let's substan. So Republicans on the federal or state level are going after birth control to increase population.
Yeah.
What's your substantive position for this?
Why else would they?
Okay, why would they go after birth control?
If not to increase the population.
Well, first I'd have to look up what you're talking about. Are they going after birth control? And in what states and why?
I'm trying to recall this off the top of my head. Was it JD Vance that did the thing with what was it? The Stock Act, not the Stock Act. Shit, what am I thinking of? Doing something through the mail. Give me a minute.
Yeah.
I mean, they did just defund
Comstock Act.
Planned Parenthood, right?
Yeah.
So Senator J.D. Vance took several actions and positions relevant to mailing birth control or abortion pills with particular focus on abortion medication. Support for enforcing the Comstock Act. January 2023, J.D. Vance joined 40 other Republican lawmakers in signing a letter urging the Department of Justice to enforce the Comstock Act, 19th century law that prohibits the mailing of materials used for abortion, including abortion pills such as mifepristone. The letter specifically demanded the DOJ shut down all mail order abortion operations nationwide, challenging the department's interpretation that mailing such drugs is not illegal if there is a lawful use in the recipient state.
Right, but okay, so really quick, right? So the argument is that the Comstock Act, which prevents the mailing of, like, birth control, quote unquote, right? Which is it's not birth control, it's smabortion pills, right? So he's not talking about like condoms or like plan or I'm drawing a blank. The pill. He's not talking about the pill. He's talking about smabortion pills.
Okay.
So I don't think that I think that the reason that they want to ban the mailing of smabortion pills is because it's robbing from the implied powers of health, safety, and welfare in the states via the 10th Amendment. I don't think it's because they think that they want to increase the population of the country.
What would the end result of stemming the flow of abortion pills? What would the end result be?
It would be
more babies.
Leaving. No, not even true. And here's why. That could be the case. That could be an outcome, but that could also not be the outcome. It puts it into the power of the state to regulate something that regards the health, safety, and welfare.
Now we're splitting hairs.
We're really not, and this is why.
What would the desired result be? What do you think the motivation of the Republican Party would be to restrict access to birth control?
Okay, it would be for two reasons, right? It'd be for two reasons. One, because it would be within the text, the plain text meaning of the law, right? The Comstock law clearly prohibits mailing items that are designed to induce abortion. Right?
The Republican Party has demonstrated that it is not textualist on any number of issues. So why would they pick this particular issue to be very textualist about?
I don't know, but that wasn't your question, right? Your question was what would be the reasons for it. I'm saying
I'm asking. So that it is the same question. I'm asking for the reasoning, the motivation for doing it.
You're saying no, it's invalid because it's hypocritical. I'm saying fine, it's hypocritical. That would still be their reasoning.
So what is the inconsistency there? Like what is that? What is that underlying motivation?
It would be to follow the doctrine, to follow the Constitution, to
Okay,
follow
but that's
to
not the
follow
motivation.
Dobbs,
We've
to
you
follow
you
that could,
already conceded that's not the motivation because
I
they don't
haven't
do that.
conceded that. I haven't conceded that at all.
Okay, the Republican Party doesn't follow the Constitution or the law in any number of much bigger issues. So
Okay,
I'm not gonna accept that as like a solid
Really,
argument.
oh my God, can we slow down really quick? Can we really slow? You asked me, right, for reasons that would be other than wanting to increase population, right?
No, I
Now I
didn't
just,
say other than. Or okay, never
yeah,
mind,
you
never mind.
did.
Yeah,
What?
yeah, okay. No, go
Okay,
ahead.
so you asked me to create what would be the justifications for why they want to do this, right? And I said, well, because they want to talk. And I said, this is what I said, right? And just please let me finish, and I'll let you get everything you want. I said, well, because they have an issue with the plain text of the law. They want to talk about bringing back in the health, safety, and welfare position of the 10th Amendment for this issue, as said by Dobbs. And I was going to say also for saying that there's congressional authority issues, right? Now your response is, well, they're hypocrites. They don't follow the plain text of the law on other issues, and they don't follow the Constitution. So why would they do it here? Now I'm going to ask you. I want you to substantiate your claim that what I said isn't a valid reason. Why are they hypocrites? And what do you think that they are that's not following the Constitution?
What do I think that the what actions do I
which would then lead to a deduction that they're really lying when they say these things, and they really just
Yes.
want to increase the population.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
pretty conspiratorial. I want to hear it.
No, not really. It's not conspiratorial. But as far as like the Republican Party, you're asking me examples of them blatantly flouting the law?
Let me try it like this. Let me put it like this. Vance's arguments. These were Vance's arguments. Plain text of the law, restoring congressional authority, preserving states from abortion restrictions. Nowhere on his list of things was it because he wants to increase population. What's your response to that?
Of course, they're not going to say that.
Yes. Bond villains typically don't just tell you their grand master plan until the end of the movie. Yeah.
Okay, so now you're saying that he has an ulterior motive, right?
Of course.
So imagine if I were to say to you something like, the reason that Democrats want to increase illegal immigration is so that they can pack them into states and have them vote blue. And you would respond, what's your argument? And I would say, well, Bond villains don't tell you till the end. Wouldn't you want me to substantiate my claim?
I mean, I would want you to read the Constitution, seeing as undocumented migrants aren't citizens and can't vote.
Right. So let's say that on a state level that they're like, we want to implement in Kamala Harris, give amnesty and have them vote blue for the rest of eternity, which is exactly what happened and arguably under Reagan with his amnesty with all the illegals in California who have made that state consistently blue. Right. Like imagine if I said
Good
that, you'd be
job,
like,
Ronald Reagan, a Republican, for turning California blue.
and that's a good pivot, but I'm trying to get us to stay on point.
I
So
mean,
you'd
it
want me
was
to
that
substantiate a
it
claim
kind of
that
like
they're being
it
a
kind of
Bond villain,
deflates the
right?
argument if what you're saying is that the stated goal would be to influence elections via mass amnesty. Why would Ronald Reagan, a Republican, and probably like the preeminent Republican, why would he ever want to guarantee that his state and the largest state in the union would inexorably change from Republican to Democrat in the Electoral College?
Okay. So your argument is that because Reagan did it, they're voting blue consistently. Why? You're saying Reagan gave them mass amnesty, so why do you think they're voting blue then? What's your position? Why do you think that's happening?
Why do I think what is happening?
I'm saying you're saying that it would be a silly position for me to say that Democrats
Yes, I was
to
demonstrating
why?
the silliness of your position, which is that if mass amnesty guarantees mass Democrat votes, then why would Republican Ronald Reagan do that?
Probably because he wanted to do a compromise with Congress at the time. If I had to guess, he was an 80-20 dude. Yeah.
Huh?
I would say that no follow-up immigration reform ever came after they passed that act. Right?
No follow-up immigration reform? Hold on.
Yeah. Yeah, there was no follow-up immigration, like anything that came after that. I think Reagan wanted to fix like a broken system.
When
That's what I
was
think.
mass amnesty granted?
Was it 86? Yeah, it was. It was 86. So again, we're like getting into the meat and potatoes of like a Reagan thing. But what I'm trying to
Okay.
say, what I'm trying to say to you right now is like I created this conspiracy of sorts, right? Kind of like what y'all are doing. You're saying that the reason that they want to limit the mailing of some abortion is because they want to increase population growth, right? Here's a question for you. There's a litany of other ways that they could try and increase population other than prohibiting the mailing of some abortion pills, right? How about this one? Just pass legislation that outlaws some abortion, right? Like, and just try and do that. And then say, what's the reason? They're like, we have a problem in our country with population. So why do you think they're going around this Bond villain way when they would probably just come out outright and be like, yeah, this is a good idea. We have a problem with population in our country.
I mean, number one, Republicans have said that we do have a population issue in our country.
We do,
That Americans are.
technically.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So thank you. So Americans are not
We
having
do.
babies. That's a thing that Republicans have said.
Well, it's yeah. The thing that they're saying is a fact, right? We agree
Okay.
on that,
So like
right?
you're saying,
It's
you were
1.6 per couple. We need around
okay.
2.2
So
to
you were
increase,
saying
right?
that like they're not saying it, but they are.
No, they're saying that we have a population issue in this country, right?
Uh
What
huh.
you're saying is that the way that they're trying to address it is by quietly outskirting the Comstock Act, uh,
No,
by
that was
like
one
why?
example. You are now trying to reframe my argument to, oh, this is the only piece of evidence that I have. I am saying that it's no coincidence that conservative states, Republican states, conservatives at the federal level, Republicans at the federal level, it's no coincidence that they have found or have actively been antagonistic to literally anything related to increasing or maintaining access to birth control of any form, including abortion. It's no
Whoa,
coincidence.
whoa, that's a
If
huge
I
claim.
may,
It's a huge claim.
sorry,
You're sorry, someone else wants to say
yes,
something.
sorry. Are you familiar with the lawsuit that attorneys general from Missouri, Kansas, and Idaho filed in a Texas federal court against the FDA over the abortion pill?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. So they sued in order to try to gain a nationwide ban on FDA approval of said pill. And in their lawsuit, which you can look up, one of the reasons they gave was that access to the pill lowers their population size and lowers their number of teenage pregnancies. So they said it themselves.
I just had to kick him. He got a warning for civic and election integrity.
Oh fuck! It was us talking about Reagan. Son of a bitch.
Papa Murph, I'll let you back up.
Hello.
There you go.
Sorry. Really quick before you continue, I can't see your whole name, Bren. I just ask, hey, guy, there are 1, 2, 3 of you against me, and I've got a lot going on here. So could we help me out with just like I have to respond to 3 different people?
I've been quiet.
I mean, that's also
Okay.
why only one of us talks at a time. But also, it's
Well,
not.
but I only get to I didn't get to respond to him before you asked me a question. You see my point there?
Sure, go ahead. Respond to him, and then I'll continue.
Okay. So your position is that it's not just one thing. It's not just the Comstock Act. You're saying that Republicans have been critical of birth control of any form at the state level, right?
Or national level, yeah.
Okay. So have they been critical of birth control or have they been critical of abortion?
Both.
Okay. I haven't seen anything showing that Republicans are critical of birth control.
Hobby Lobby.
Okay. He's saying that Hobby Lobby is Republicans?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. You didn't know that?
No, I know Hobby Lobby is Republican. Yeah, dude, that's like me. Let me find a far left company and say that those is representative of Democrats entirely. That's like ridiculous.
Okay, Papa, just last month, Senate Republicans blocked a bill to protect access to contraception. How's that?
Okay, what's the bill? Let's talk about it.
Sorry, not last month. It was June last year, June 2024.
Okay, what's the bill and what was the contraception?
It was just access to so now your stance is that they only want to protect some types, but others they have an issue with. Sorry, I want to
What?
clarify.
No,
Where's the line here? Where's the line here? If Republicans are trying to protect access to it or not?
What I'm trying to say, right, is that
What's the Contraceptives Act? Or
okay.
Contraception Act. There we go.
What I'm trying to say is that the ulterior motives that would be provided for why people wouldn't want the federal government to be able to mail abortion pills isn't because
You're
they
hyper focusing on the Comstock Act again. I gave you,
that was what
and
we've been
then you
talking
attempted.
about.
Hold on, no, we weren't.
I'm
We
crazy.
were talking about the Comstock Act, and then
I'm going
you
crazy.
broadened it out. No, don't accuse me of being crazy. If you want to have a discussion, then we're going to have a discussion.
No, I said I'm going crazy.
Okay.
I'm going crazy.
Okay, so we were talking about the Comstock Act. You then said you broadened it out to like, okay, what are other examples of like Republicans being anti-contraceptives at the state or national level? And I said Hobby Lobby,
Right.
which
And-
is
and
a
so
good example because that is a like by your own admission far right company or a Republican company. Like you admitted 2 seconds after giggling that they were Republican, that they were
Yeah,
Republican.
they are.
They did sue related to birth control and they did win.
No, what I'm telling you is that
Yes,
just because
is that correct? So we don't have
Yes,
to talk about the
that's
Comstock
correct.
Act anymore.
Yes,
We're
that's
broadening
correct.
out to contraceptives broadly. That's why Brenna brought up the 2024 contraceptive law that Republicans voted down. We weren't talking about the Comstock Act anymore.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. What I tried to say to you is that just because Hobby Lobby did this thing, this private corporation that wanted to create restrictions regarding access to birth control to their employees, that's not an indication of how Republicans en masse feel about something. Hobby Lobby doesn't get a vote in Congress.
And that's fine. Papa,
Like,
I get your point. I think that's a good point. You're right. Hobby Lobby is not the Republican Party. You are correct. Point conceded. So can we go to the next point? That's why I brought up the Access to Contraception Act, the Right to Contraception Act, pardon, in 2024 that Senate Republicans voted down to not pass. They did not want to protect access to contraception. So now what's your response to that?
why is it that Republicans blocked a bill regarding access to contraception?
Yeah. I mean, does that not indicate to you that they're not interested in protecting access to contraception?
Okay, the bill, the Right to Contraception Act, it aimed to guarantee individuals the right to obtain contraceptives and providers the right to offer them free from government restriction.
Uh-huh. Yeah. That seems like what
Okay. Okay. Are you aware of the health, safety, welfare provision in the 10th Amendment?
Oh, brother. So you're saying that are you trying to suggest that Republicans want to ban contraception or don't want to protect it because they're worried about the health and safety of people?
No, that's not what no. What I said was I'll try and I think we got confused. I'm sorry. I'll try and say it again. Are you aware of the health, safety, and welfare provision in the 10th Amendment?
Sure. And I'm asking you, how does guaranteeing access to contraception, of which there are many types, violate that?
Because issues like abortion have been ruled by the Supreme Court.
That's not contraception. That is not contraceptive. You widened it out. We were on abortion, abortion, termination, let's say. We were on that topic and you decided to pivot to contraception. So now let's talk about contraception.
What?
And
No, that's, oh my God. Okay.
In fairness, originally it was birth control. I ended up turning it into AB because I mentioned the Comstock Act. It's irrelevant.
This is the problem when I debate three people.
This is the problem. You're uncomfortable with the fact that we are talking about contraception. You said Republicans are not. We are, dude. You said that you asked, where are Republicans trying to stop access to contraception? That was the question, right? we pointed out Hobby Lobby. You said that's not representative of like Republicans on a national level, representatives. And I said, you know what? That's fair. That is true. I mean, we know, you know, that there's indications of where beliefs lie, but sure, Hobby Lobby is not Republican representatives. So then I said, well, what about the Republican representatives that voted against protecting the right to contraception? And
You know what?
you are now
Okay,
bringing up
I have
how
an answer for you. It literally, again, it's a simple Google. The reason that was put on the record was because they said that Griswold v. Connecticut and Einstein v. Baird recognized a constitutional right to contraception, and there was no imminent legal threat. So they said the bill was unnecessary, and they said that they
oh,
were that yeah, and then they were said that they could then use that to mandate coverage for some abortion adjacent drugs, and they said that was a states' rights issue that was ruled in Dobbs. That
and so
again,
that's
like you don't have to agree with it, right? But that's a very valid ulterior reason other than wanting to increase the population in the country.
I mean, but okay, fine. Now we want to return to the population of the country. Cool. So, are
Mm,
you familiar? Are you familiar with the lawsuit I mentioned earlier? You were upset that I brought it up earlier,
I
but
wasn't upset you brought it up earlier. I was frustrated because I have to talk to so many people. What was the bill you were talking about, or the
only one of
law?
us is speaking at a time. So
What
it's
was the case? What was the case?
the attorneys general who from Missouri, Kansas, and Idaho who filed a lawsuit in a Texas federal court that was to sue the FDA and to force them to basically overturn their approval of termination medication.
Okay, what about it?
I mean, are you aware of it to start?
Yeah.
Okay, so then you must be aware that in that lawsuit, the reasons they gave were that, you know, to sue over the federal government permitting termination medication to be readily available was included that they had that providing that medicine lowered the rate of teenage pregnancy and therefore lowered their percentage of their population growth, which lowered their representation in Congress long term.
The AG argued that mifepristone, along with telehealth prescriptions, undermines their some abortion bans and makes it harder to enforce state laws.
Pull up the actual lawsuit.
You want me to pull up the actual lawsuit?
Yeah, because in their filing, it
In the
says
complaint, what are they alleging?
it. I just told you, brother.
You were about to
Among
say it
other
said?
things, they include the reasons are that they are seeing a decrease in teenage pregnancy and they see a decrease in their population growth, which they fear will lower their representation in Congress.
I'll tell you what. You're telling me that that's in that bill and that was put forward by the AG?
I'm telling you, it's in a
That
lawsuit. It's in a
yeah,
lawsuit.
no, sorry. You're saying it was in the complaint that they put forward. I misspoke. You're saying that's in the complaint.
Yes.
All right. I will absolutely pull up that complaint for you.
Let's do
I
it.
will absolutely look for it. Okay.
Mhm.
And I will tell you if that is in that complaint because I'm on good faith that it likely isn't in that complaint.
Okay.
That
I mean,
it's going to
I've made
lower
a
their
whole video about
representation in
this.
Congress.
Yeah, brother.
In the complaint,
Yeah, dude.
and you have the complaint pulled up, and you have the wording.
I'm pulling it up right now. I made a whole
Yeah.
video.
Okay. I'll
I
pull it
made a
up
whole
too.
video about it when it was first filed. I'm pulling it up right now. Why don't you pull it up, Papa? I'm not
I'm
stopping you.
pulling it up. What would you like me to
Good,
search for?
good.
I have it pulled up. It's 105 pages. I think we're looking at the same thing.
Try a word search for teenage.
Nothing.
Sure.
And no, serious. And I'll read it to you. The state of Missouri, the state of Kansas, the state of Idaho plaintiffs v. U.S. Food and Drug Administration, Robert M. Califf, MD, in his official capacity as Commissioner of Food and Drugs, U.S. And it continues on and on and on. It lists a litany of people. Case number 2.22-CV-00223-Z. And the United States District Court for the Northern District of Texas Amarillo Division. I type in teenage, nothing. Your position that they stated in that complaint that the reason for it is because they think there's going to be a
I'm
decrease
pulling
in
it up. I
population.
made a fucking video on this. I know it's in the lawsuit. Thank you, Misty. I'm trying to pull it up again. I literally search teen. Another one said that. Teen.
I'll search. Oh yeah, sure. Nothing. 0 out of 0. Okay, I got one. Almost 14 years after receiving the 2002 citizen position. 14.
What does it say?
14, 14, and 15. Yeah, I don't think that this complaint is saying that the reason that they wanted to block the Manifestrone was because they were fearing their population was going to decrease and thus have less representation in Congress. That sounds
Look up
pretty
representation
great.
then. Guys,
Okay.
I'm trying to.
Representatives of the FDA, no representation.
Hey,
Yeah,
Nemo, do you have it
I'll
pulled
read
up
this in
yet?
its
Yeah, I'm pulling
entirety,
it
but
up. 1 second.
I want to get into it. Like,
It was a revised lawsuit. It may not. I don't. That
you think it was in the
statement may
amended
not.
complaint?
Holy fuck, man! You're the one sitting
Sorry.
here talking about how you're frustrated that you're debating 3 people when only 2 people have talked at all, and you're interrupting me halfway through a sentence.
I'm sorry. You were just saying, do you think it's in the amended complaint? I can find the amended complaint if there is
Yes.
one. Okay. I'll look up the amended complaint.
I mean, I just did. So this is one motion. I don't think it's the original motion filing. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm reading.
127. This is. Sorry. Go ahead. I did a word search for teen, and I found a section about teen girls in foster care at the very least. So, but sorry. Go
That
ahead.
doesn't. Okay.
Yeah, that I'm looking at, like, there was an article posted by like an Idaho state reporting thing, and it mentioned the revised lawsuit. So the revised lawsuit was filed by Missouri AG, blah 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 blah. Asked judge to order the FDA to reinstate restrictions, blah blah blah. Trio of attorney generals were forced to refile the litigation after U.S. Supreme Court rejected the original lawsuit. After concluding the original plaintiffs, a group did not have standing. Okay, so in making the case that the states have standing this time, the AGs contended access to mifepristone has lowered birth rates for teenage mothers, arguing it contributes to causing population loss for the states, along with diminishment of political representation and loss of federal funds.
Wait, where you're seeing that in the complaint? Where is it?
So I'm reading an article that is
Oh.
talking about it. So the two things that I
Sorry.
mentioned those are direct quotes. So
From the complaint?
The amended complaint.
That there was a negative population growth issue?
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't. Okay, tell me the article. Now I want to see this. I'm like blown away. What's the article you're reading that says this? That it was in the amended complaint. Usually complaints are amended because there's like an issue trying to like reach a threshold in court to show like substantive evidence.
Yeah. So the
Usually an
original
Iqbal
complaint.
standard.
Originally, so basically, the original complaint was rejected because they were not arguing any injury from the FDA approval. So then the amended complaint, they came back and they're like, the states are injured by the FDA allowing access to this because our population growth is hurt by this.
Okay, again, like you have an article, you're saying you're reading from the quote. Can I get the article so I can pull up the quote to pull up the amended complaint, which shows the reason they're doing this is because they're worried about their population?
Sure.
I
If you
mean,
type in the following quote,
sure.
then you'll pull up reporting on it.
Yeah.
So the quote is, God damn it. Hold on. There's another tab. Okay. Diminishment of political representation and loss of federal funds. If you put that in quotes, you're going to pull up multiple outlets talking about it.
Okay, sure. All right. And it was saying diminishment.
Okay, fucking finally, I found the damn thing. I got the complaint. Hold up.
Where is it at?
MSNBC they finally linked to the complaint.
I fucking hate it when they don't do that.
Dun, 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 dun.
Missouri declined. The trio of attorneys were forced to refile the litigation after SCOTUS rejected the lawsuit, including the have standing because they could not show they've been harmed. Okay, hold on. Let me see this. Hold on.
What's that MSNBC article? Sorry.
Okay, so the MSNBC article title is Republican AGs argue abortion pills should be restricted because they cause population loss. And then in the first, it's the first paragraph, or no, I'm sorry, second paragraph. The word complaint is a link to the actual PDF. Okay, perfect. Defendants' actions are causing a loss in potential population or potential population increase. Each abortion represents at least one lost potential or actual birth.
Starting. Right. That means
Here we go. All right. So in the PDF linked in that article, page 190, paragraph 752, a loss of potential population causes further injuries as well. The state's subsequent diminishment of political representation and loss of federal funds, such as potentially losing a seat in Congress or qualifying for less federal funding if their populations are reduced or their increase diminished. And that is the, what's the citation here? This is interesting.
Okay. Okay. All right. Give me a sec. Let me read this really quick. All right.
Thank you for finding that, Neil.
That was
moving into
that was goose chase. Damn. It cites something at it's. I'm assuming the Department of Commerce. At the end of that paragraph, it says Department of Commerce or depth of com. So I'm assuming it's commerce. The New York 588 US 752-766-67 2019. I don't know what that is.
Okay, I've got it. So to give the devil their due, right? It does say this in the complaint. Okay? That there is an assertion of standing. One of the assertions of standing is for population loss. An increase of abortion, sorry, I don't want to get
Just say
banned or get you guys banned.
termination.
A termination has led to fewer teen births. Fewer teen births leads to population decline. To reduce the state's share of federal funding, it diminishes political representation. Okay? Okay, that is one complaint listed, like, of reasons, of like 79.
Okay.
Like,
But so, okay.
the primary, listen, the primary complaint that they said was because they're saying it was circumventing state law regarding some abortion by allowing people to get access to the drug en masse
So
out
why do
of
you
other
think why do you
states.
think those laws are in place? And they were forced to. I mean, firstly, yeah, move the goalpost. You
No,
asked for
no.
proof that
I just said I'll
Republicans
give the devil their
are
due.
doing
How's
Well,
that moving the
good.
goalposts?
really
Oh my
quick,
God.
Papa Murph, can you say thank you, Melinda?
Dude, quit doing that. That shit's nasty, bro.
What?
You know what?
Nasty.
Melinda, thank you for the cake. Do what?
Melinda. Well done.
How are you doing, Berna?
There
That
you
was
go.
some good shit.
Thank you.
That was some good shit.
It's
I
been a
didn't know
while.
about that argument. The court case. That's awesome.
Yeah,
I mean, it's terrible that they did it, but it's a good argument.
Yeah, no, definitely save that. Keep it in your back pocket the next time.
Lotus, are you there?
Yeah, hey, what's up, man?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
What do you like about Trump?
Economic policy. And that's basically it, mostly.
Okay, so I guess you like blanket tariffs.
Yeah, I think his tariffs have been amazing. Yes.
Amazing.
Yeah. You don't think so?
No, I think it's horrible. I think it's horrible.
Oh, why is that?
We're gonna be seeing consumers' goods prices go up soon. I know we
You
haven't
think so?
yet. Yeah, I know they haven't yet, but they are slowing down our GDP. They're shrinking our GDP, and I think he is. I don't know. I think he's using it for reasons other than getting better trade deals with these nations. I think it's silly to ask nations who have tariffs up that actually are protecting their industries to ask them to change those so they can buy more shit from us, even though they're a smaller country. I think people worried about the trade deficit are silly. I think people are not going to.
Wait, well, hold on,
And
hold on. You're okay. So just to be clear here, you are concerned about the GDP, right?
sure.
Okay, so you like GDP as a measure, you think?
I mean, it's an indicator of slowing, like if the economy's growing.
Okay, so how exactly is how are his tariffs making GDP decline?
We were projected to have a 4% increase in the second quarter, and I think we got a 2% increase.
Okay, but how exactly are Trump's tariffs doing that? Just curiosity.
Well, the tariffs go into place. Some people might be stocking up. They might buy a bunch of shit. But now that the new tariffs have taken place, they're sitting on inventory from pre-tariff stuff. But yeah, it's probably slowed down trade. So
Well, I mean, if right. So when we look at GDP, right?
Mhm.
I think that I guess what you're trying to propose here is that consumption has declined. Is that, or I mean, or have net exports declined? What's the
Oh, okay.
effect of Trump's tariffs?
Yeah, I would say consumption.
Okay. Why do you think that Trump's tariffs have made consumption decline?
Increased prices, less
That's
consumption.
literally what they're designed to do.
But we haven't seen the increase in prices. We've seen a decrease in inflation, right?
Not from the
I
tariffs.
don't think those have any correlation.
Okay.
Inflation.
Well, but hold on. You said increasing prices, but we're seeing decreases in inflation pretty significantly.
We're
So
not
you
seeing,
might. Hey,
no,
hang
we're
on.
not.
I'm not
Lotus,
arguing
no, we're
that
not.
tariffs
No,
are
no,
making
no.
it.
No, Lotus, we're not seeing a decrease in inflation.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, really. Compared
What
to
makes
what?
you say
It's like 0.2% higher than it was a year ago, I believe.
You're saying that inflation right now is what?
0.2% higher than it was compared to exactly 1 year, year over year.
But so you're saying inflation is 0.2% higher year over year? Okay.
Yeah.
That could be the case. So in that
It's
case,
easy.
it's certainly not making inflation increase by any significant margin, right?
Okay, so now it's just not making it increase by a significant margin for you.
Well, no, I mean, I don't even believe your numbers. I'm looking them up currently, but
Well, please do. Please look them up.
even with your argument, though, you can at least concede that it's not making prices go up.
I mean, okay, again, inflation is up, but if your contention is that it's not up a significant amount, sure, that's fine. But you don't get to say that inflation is lowered because of the tariffs or anything like that. That's not actually true.
I never made that argument. I wouldn't even make that argument. That doesn't make any sense.
I
Jerome
would
Powell
argue.
himself has- Sorry, go ahead.
I would argue that if these tariffs didn't make prices go up, then they're not working, right?
Yeah, so what I'm seeing here, I just pulled up online. It says that the annual inflation rate in 2024 was 2.9, and the annual inflation rate so far in 2025 is 2.4, which is 0.5% lower. So what numbers are you using specifically? As a matter of fact, I'm looking at this number in the May numbers. I'm seeing 2.4, and in 2024 May, I'm seeing 3.3. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
When were
You
tariffs
you want to
implemented?
you want to like pull up a source that verifies what you just said?
When were tariffs implemented, Lotus?
The tariffs have been implemented sporadically since what? Probably February, March. I mean, what tariffs specifically are you talking about? Because some tariffs have been there for the past 8 years.
Trump's
You just say the
tariffs.
tariffs have been in place for the last 8 months?
No, I said 8 years. Like the the steel tariffs, the tariffs that Biden was increasing, the
Obviously, we're not
targeted
talking
tariffs.
about those.
Okay.
So what tariffs are you talking about? You
So
got to
you
specify.
elected Trump to impose the tariffs that were imposed 8 years ago? Is that what you're saying?
No, I elected him to impose new tariffs. But
Okay,
what I'm
so
saying, when
has
you
he
say
imposed
when were the
those new
tariffs
tariffs?
imposed, you need to be specific about which tariffs you're talking about, right? I mean,
No. How about you start with
because
what?
otherwise you might be talking about those tariffs, in which case
Lotus,
my
you're the
answer would
one
be
who brought
correct.
up Lotus, you're the one who brought up the tariffs, right? You like the economic policy. You like the tariffs. So which tariffs?
Absolutely.
So which tariffs do you like?
Yeah, I like all the tariffs for the most part. I can't point
Which
towards any
one?
tariffs that I don't like. I like the 10% blanket tariffs. I like reciprocal tariffs. Which tariffs do you not like?
I mean, I'm not talking about what I like and what I don't like.
Oh, okay. Well,
You don't know what I like.
that's why I asked.
Okay. So you like all the tariffs, right?
Apparently you do too, since you don't have any that you don't like.
I didn't say I like them. I just also
Okay, so you
didn't say I
dislike all the tariffs.
No, I'm saying I'm not sharing my opinions with you. I'm
Okay, well, why are you on TikTok Live then?
because I fact check people, brother.
Oh, okay. Well, I just fact checked you. So what's going on here?
Okay, so you said that the inflation is down since the tariffs, right? That's how this started.
I'm sorry. Did I say inflation was down because of the tariffs? No, I never said that. I said inflation is down, and that is true based on the numbers.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Nemo.
Yeah, I mean, so you're that was implied very heavily,
No,
Lotus,
it was
by
not.
you pointing to. No, it wasn't. Okay,
No,
all right.
the reason why I said
Okay, no,
the
I
reason
don't
why I
care.
said inflation
So
was down is
listen,
you
dude.
said prices are
Tariffs are tariffs inflationary? Yes or no?
up. They can be inflationary, but sometimes
Okay.
they're not. Sometimes they're net neutral.
Wait. Oh, they're net neutral.
Yeah,
Interesting. They're
sometimes they
never
can be.
deflationary though.
No, I would say probably not now.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
That wouldn't make any sense.
Didn't you also say you said that you don't believe that purchasing is down, that importing is down? Is that what it was, or what did you say?
No, I didn't say that. I was asking Pickles specifically about why he was referring to Trump's tariffs as the purpose or reasoning behind a decrease in GDP. And I was trying to understand whether he was trying to imply that they were affecting net exports or whether it was just consumption numbers are down in general, which he
net
said
import?
it's consumption numbers, which is true. Consumption is down. But regardless, why are you bringing that up? You have a question about that?
Yeah, I think Pickles brought it up. I was just trying to
Right.
see, 'cause you did deny something that Pickles said, and I was just
No, I never denied it. I just was I was
Yeah.
asking clarification questions. for
I'm reading
Pickles.
an article right here by Reuters that says that we will be seeing price increases in the coming months, and
Okay.
they're supposed to fan inflation, yada yada yada.
I've been hearing that for a while.
Yeah. Dude, I don't. I can see. I don't know how you don't understand how this will probably work, but like you're a larger company, you're probably going to do everything you can to not show a price increase before any of your competitors, especially
sure.
the smaller ones. And the smaller ones are going to bubble and balloon and going to go out of business if their prices rise. They continue to go to your store, and you can take a loss. Easiest win of your life. Take a loss for a few months and watch your competitors go out. That's probably what's happening, or they're slowly figuring out internal changes to deal with the new pricing, etc. The people are probably just losing jobs at this point.
Yeah, it could be. I doubt that's the case. I mean, there was a large amount of imports that happened prior to the tariffs going into effect, which then set after obviously after the huge record imports that we had, there was like a lot of inventory that we no longer needed to
What do
import.
you think caused those record imports right before the tariffs?
The expectations of the tariffs happening.
Okay. why do you think a business would import a bunch of stuff before with an expectation of tariffs? What's the
Yeah,
logic?
because they don't want to pay. They don't want to have to pay the tariffs,
Right.
and I want them to pay the tariffs because I like to tax corporations.
Okay. So
Corporations is not paying the tariff though.
Oh, who pays the tariff then?
The consumer, because they're going to raise the price.
So let me ask you a question, Nemo. When's the last time you imported something from China directly?
So the consumer, because they're going to raise the price.
Okay, but the price hasn't been raised yet, and we know for sure we've collected $100 billion in tariffs. So who's paid that so far if they haven't increased his price yet?
Prices have started to go up.
Well, if we've collected $100 billion, do you think prices...
Wasn't Donald Trump like yelling at Walmart on his dollar store Twitter the other day about how they better not raise prices when Walmart said, yeah, we're definitely going to raise prices?
No, he told them to eat it.
Wasn't
Exactly
Donald
what they
Trump
should do.
yelling at Amazon because they said they were going to do a tariff
You're right.
thing? Like a little line item that said, like, you know, how they have like sales tax and shit, they were going to include one for tariffs.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with that, yeah.
And Trump
But
says
these are goods that you have alternatives to. So you don't have to buy from
That's not
Walmart.
even
You don't have
true.
So
to
you can
buy-
see that they're raising prices.
so they are.
It's not even
No,
true. There's so many
Thank you.
goods.
Very
There are
good.
no,
CPI has
there are
not
no
increased. CPI has not
alternatives, yeah.
increased, it's decreased. So until CPI increases, you have no argument, sir.
Okay, so wait, so Walmart, you're saying that Trump told Walmart not to increase their prices, so therefore Walmart is not increasing their prices, or what?
No, what I'm telling you is that what happens when a tariff like this goes into effect is it's going to first eat at the margins, right? It's going to compress the margins for the companies, which, by the way, you guys still don't believe that corporations pay tariffs, which is kind of absurd. Even if you say
We
that the
believe that
cost
they
is
pass the
passed
cost
through.
on to the consumer because we understand capitalism.
Okay, so the cost is passed through. So can I ask you this question? Do you think that the cost is passed through when you increase the corporate tax rate?
I think
little
I
bit.
yeah, I
A little
think
bit.
at a smaller
But
rate, yeah.
Lotus, but the thing about taxing like a corporation based on their profits, if the cost is passed through, at the very least, we will then end up taxing them more. You see how that happens? Like, do you turn down every whatchamacallit, bump in salary because you're gonna have to pay more taxes?
So, hey, can I ask you this question? No, of course
No,
not.
answer
I want to
mine.
make more money.
Do you turn down
No,
every
I want to
bump
make
in
more
salary
money.
because you're gonna pay more taxes?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. So
So what percentage of the total U.S. tax revenue is corporate tax?
I actually don't know off the top of my
Like
head.
70-something%.
No, not even close. It's like 9 to 10%.
Okay.
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 Okay. What
So-
percentage, as of June, by the way, when we hit our first surplus since
9 to 10%.
2017,
Isn't that concerning, dude?
that we hit that what? It's only 9 to 10%? No, it's not. And I can explain to you why later, but I'm going to make my point first. So, we hit a surplus in June, right? The Treasury had a $27 billion surplus for the first time since 2017.
2016, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good, right? That's pretty good. And you know why that was?
It's irrelevant.
Irrelevant. So hold on. Are you guys deficit hawks or are you not deficit hawks? Because you were deficit hawks when the big beautiful bill was
The
coming.
deficit is still.
And now that we hit a surplus,
Actually
it stays
saw
relevant.
we did get an extra $27 billion in tariffs.
Tariff revenue. Yeah, that's right.
But we also saw a bunch of other differences. I watched a video on this. The biggest change was not the surplus from tariffs, because we collected tariffs the year before as well. Collected like $8 billion of tariffs the year before.
Yeah, sure. Hey, so can I ask you this question, just out of curiosity?
Lotus, a month of like a few $1 billion of surplus. You understand that we still have trillions of dollars in like the deficit, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. No, I mean, just to be clear though, in order to reduce the deficit.
Lotus, can you stop doing that thing where you keep talking over people?
Women.
Especially Brenna, yes.
Yeah, the cut in education, by the way. Yeah.
Go ahead. What do you got?
So, I mean, you're the one who's bringing up the deficit. You understand that Republicans just added another 3.7 trillion to it. So, are you a deficit hawk?
Certainly more than you are. That is absolutely true. Yes, I am more of a deficit hawk.
Well, how is that possible, Lotus? You elected a bunch of people that always increase the deficit, literally every single time without fail.
Well, so do you. So, okay, I guess we both sit on the same side when it comes to deficits.
Actually, no. Outside of pandemic, dealing with a fucking pandemic, that's actually not true, brother.
Oh, really? You think so?
Yeah.
That's not correct. Do you realize that when C-19 first hit, Mnuchin, Trump's Treasury Secretary, took out $1 trillion in cash because they weren't really aware of how much tax revenue would come in, and they had that $1 trillion in cash and handed it over. They handed it over to Biden.
What does that have to do with a deficit, brother? Excuse me? Like,
That's how. You know how the deficit works? Tell me exactly how a deficit works.
who passed the economic policy that we've been under for the last 8 years? The tax bill.
Paul Ryan and Donald Trump. I don't
So the
know.
Republicans,
Something?
right? So the Republicans, right?
Yeah.
So the entire budget we've been operating under for the last 8 years is thanks to Republicans.
Hey, you talking about the taxes, the tax cuts? Yes. Those have been awesome. Those
The
have been
last,
very, very
like,
good.
economic policy / tax bill.
Well, no, that wasn't the last economic policy, but yeah, that's sure the major tax cuts and the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Yes, that was Trump. Yes, and they were good. They were very good.
They added, and what did they add to the?
Taylor, somebody paid to kick you. You're welcome to come back some other time.
They paid them. They paid themselves.
They paid themselves. What?
You can't fire me. I quit.
Who paid themselves?
So,
Taylor's
by the
in
way,
chat.
just a quick debunk on the deficit comment that he made. That it increases every administration increases the deficit. So Obama from 2012 onward. I'm just gonna read off. So, 2012 it was negative. I'm assuming this is in billions. Okay, so this would be negative $1 trillion, roughly. Then 2013, negative 680. 2014, negative 485. 2015, negative 441. 2016, negative 585. Trump, negative 665.
Obama cut the deficit, just for the people, just for the audience. Obama nearly cut the deficit in half. He
Yeah, that's right.
making us money under Obama. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. So by the end of Obama's term, the deficit was legit cut in half. And then with Trump, interestingly, so negative 665, 2018, negative 779, 2019, negative 984, and then 2020, it really blows up, which, obviously pandemic, but also negative 3,132. So that's negative 3 trillion. So it was already climbing up when the getting was good under Donald Trump, when interest rates were rock bottom, when everybody was saying we were popping bottles, everything was great. Everything was great under Donald Trump before the pandemic. We were running up a deficit. It was climbing.
And Pickles has pulled up the year-by-year numbers. Isn't that funny? Isn't that?
And then it should be noted, so 2020, negative 3 trillion, 2021, negative 2 trillion, 2.7 trillion, and then 2022, negative 1.3 trillion, going down under Biden.
Yellow.
Hi.
Hey,
You talking to me?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
No, is this, are you just looking for anti-Trumpers?
Yeah.
I was about to say, adding 7.9 trillion to our deficit with that big, beautiful bill. Just spending.
I think it was 3.7 trillion.
7.9 over the next 10 years. Or 8 years, sorry.
I haven't heard a 7 number.
I haven't heard that number.
Yeah, do you happen to know the people who said that?
I would just look it up. I'm sorry you guys are not Trump supporters because I hate good people and I hate people who care for other people. I'm just trying to be a shithead. You guys can drop me down.
No worries.
I didn't realize you guys were looking for anti.
We're looking for pro-Trump people.
Yeah. Nope. Yep. Sorry.
Take it easy.
Have a good one, guys.
I have one that says 2.4 to 6. Seven's on the high end.
Excuse me.
I look tired. Yeah, I know, guys. I know.
Did you have a good weekend?
I did. I slept for a lot of it, honestly.
Good.
Yeah. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Of course. I'm just taking a shit and I have nothing to do.
Taking a Trump? What do you like about Trump? Okay.
Me too.
Wish I could poop and stream. Wow. Well,
Well, hey, by the way, REI, I believe, is another schmatzy company.
really?
Yeah, that was a disappointing one for us. Yeah.
Why do you say
I'm,
that?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, they were done. They were doing something sketchy. Maybe they're just union busting. Let me look it up. Sorry. I know. I love REI.
Tired of Slay these days. Thank you.
Oh yeah, they supported Trump.
Gross.
Yeah. They did apologize in April. They said we made a mistake. They apologized for supporting Trump public lands pick.
Whoa.
Oh, his pick for Interior Secretary or whatever. So I guess that's the only one that's what they have
Man.
apologized for.
So weird. For that kind of company. They're like a granola company.
Right? Let me see.
Chat, how we doing? Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to 150K. Let's get to can we hit 100 followers? If you guys haven't followed, follow the stream. We're at 50. Despite being tired, thank you.
Yeah.
Someone said I
By
look
the way,
drunk.
inflation was up 0.2% month over month. That was my mistake, not year over year.
Yeah. Someone said I look drunk. Guys, I'm not drunk, I promise. I actually have a year and a half sober this month.
Congratulations, dude.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
You just look real rough sometimes.
You're just drunk on power, man.
It's true.
The only reason I don't look rough is because I'm in a tiny box. If I was in a big box, they'd be like, God damn! Ah!
You know what I learned today? This is not exactly... You can shift away from this, but I learned that Gen Z has higher home ownership rates at their age than both millennials and Gen X.
Damn them. Fuckers.
I learned that today. Increasing the debt.
Wouldn't it be like a wild Uno reverse moment if once all the boomers have finally kicked the bucket, that millennials start getting hounded by Gen Z for being entitled and wanting home ownership?
Nemo, we are. That's why I learned this today.
Oh god damn it.
Because it's happening right now. I have a couple posts on it from the last couple of days where millennials are trying to be nice to Gen Z as always, and Gen Z are blaming millennials for their lack of home ownership, and that's why I ended up learning that they actually have higher home ownership than millennials did.
Oh damn it.
Would have been even higher if we had Kamala Mamala.
Yeah. Hey, careful with those boomers. Man, Can try to avoid the friendly fire tonight.
Chun
But
Li
they're
for the
more
win.
empathetic. Tay-Tay, and that's actually not necessary.
Hello.
Hi, Pickles.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. We're about to do another National Day of Activism. So I thought if you're cool with it, I'll remind chat that Thursday, the 17th, is Good Trouble Lives On. It's in memory of John Lewis. A lot of civil rights orgs are leading all of the mass actions that are happening that day. So if you want to find one near you, goodtroubleliveson.org is where you go.
Nice. I didn't know what
Love
the
that.
name was until today.
Yeah. And I think there's some near you down in Texas.
I might
And
be
if not,
doing.
guys, if there aren't any being organized near you, you can always organize your own locally.
Yeah. And if you're trying to figure out how to become an organizer and you don't know how, there's also nationwide training starting, happening Wednesday, this coming Wednesday, and then a couple of Wednesdays following that. It's called 1 Million Rising. You can Google that, and it's hosted on Mobilize, so you can find that. And it's there to train people on how to step into activism. So if you've been asking yourself, what can I do? What do I do? That's the place for you to get started.
Love that. Love that. I love that you're doing that.
But yeah, there's a whole lot of people doing it, way beyond just me.
What's the website again? Someone said.
Good Trouble Lives On, and that's a org. And then there's 1 Million Rising, and you search for that on Mobilize. And I just typed them both in the chat, and I can drop those links in your Discord too. Hi, Gemini. That's the one.
goodtroubleliveson.org. Awesome.
You can also go to 50501. Guys.
Yeah, 50501 should have most of them. This centralized one should have all of them. I actually think that 50501 might be redirecting to this.
I'm gonna be out of town, but I'm trying to see if I can find one.
Oh, bummer. Yeah, if anyone's in New York, that's where I'll be. So if you ping me in the DMs, I'll try to say hi. What'd you say?
I'm usually at the New York ones. Neighbor.
Yeah. Here to learn, the website for Thursday's actions is goodtroubleliveson.org. The site to sign up for the 1 Million Rising campaign, just search 1 Million Rising, and it'll be an event you sign up for on Mobilize, which if people don't know about Mobilize, Mobilize is like a Partyful or like Eventbrite for activism. Have you gotten any exciting bites tonight, Pickles?
Not really. Not really. Oh, that one didn't even make it up. No, it's been a decent night. It's been a nice little Sunday. Been a nice little Sunday.
I feel like they've gotten quieter and quieter as the strangeness has continued.
Yeah.
Today, well, starting yesterday evening, some started yelling. Some all of a sudden were basically getting mad about Democrats pushing for the release of the files, you know? I feel like some are going quiet, some are getting louder in the last few sort of like, I don't know, in the desperation.
Have you read the comment section on Truth Social?
No, he put up a fucking login wall.
Yeah, I made a burner account for it, and the comments are hilarious. They're tearing him apart.
I keep debating doing it. Oh man.
Just do it. There's ones that are like, respectfully, sir. You were supposed to drain the swamp, not protect it. And then some of them are like, literally their profile pictures are of Trump and they're obsessed with Trump, but that's like, you sound like a whiny little bee.
Oh my God, I love it.
ITCH. Like, it's really funny.
Oh shoot.
Oh, Joe Rogan has turned on Trump.
I know Jamie Raskin did an interview with Brian Tyler Cohen, and he mentioned that he was going to do, I guess, like a procedural thing to try and get the files published. So he's on, I can't remember which committee he's on, but Jim Jordan is the chair, and so he said he was going to, I guess, reach out to Jim Jordan about moving forward with it.
Raskin's on oversight, right?
I think you're right. Yeah, I think that's the one.
And I think he might do a little bit of Ways and Means also, but I can't remember. He's on Judiciary this go around. He was oversight last go around.
The argument that I've heard, like last night, I heard this argument that the files, or I guess the list, can't be released because of Maxwell. She had filed a writ of certiorari earlier this year, and that I guess that those names would still be under seal because of that. That's the argument that I've heard, like a non-bullshit argument from the right wing. I've been trying to figure out if it has like the merits of it, and if there's a way to tailor like a list, assuming that that is true. If there's a way to tailor like publishing of names.
Oh, for sure. There's a way of tailoring publishing of names.
Because I don't know who has ultimate authority on it.
It depends on the format under which they release it, right? Like if Ro Khanna is trying to introduce an amendment on Tuesday to force a vote, but obviously the speaker would have to like approve it, on releasing the entirety of the files in accordance, of course, with like privacy and whatever regulations. If that were the case, if that were to pass, doubt it, because Republicans are in the majority, then they would be releasing all the files, right? But they could also just like release a list and literally just release a random list of names and claim that that is the list. You know what I mean? Like it entirely depends on the format of
right.
If he'd release him, he could prove his innocence. Yeah.
Yeah. This is the one thing that I think it's one of those things that Trump is actually scared of because he doesn't know how to properly lie about it. He's really good at lying about pretty much everything else.
Here's the raw footage that is totally not raw. Yeah, the metadata showed that it was edited.
Yeah. but like every time that he's asked about it, he gets nervous. So, especially recently, like there was the cabinet meeting where he they were asked about the, I guess, the missing minute, and Pam Bondi was asked about it. He jumped in and just made like a comment about, are we still talking about this guy? Blah 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 blah. It's clear he's really nervous.
Oh yeah. And in his rambling post, he was like, so and so will the guy that will never die. And what I realized, because I made like a post about the Ro Khanna response and the meltdown, someone pointed this out. They're like, oh, like the fact that he keeps saying like won't unalive, the guy that won't unalive, is so just like telling. And because in his post also, like, he blames a bunch of Dems. He blamed Obama, Hillary, John Brennan, and James Comey for creating the files, supposedly, right? None of them, and Biden. But apart from Biden, none of those people have been in office since Trump was inaugurated on January 20th, 2017, right? So what he is suggesting, right? Oh, also, while he says they made the files, he also says if there was anything that was damaging to the MAGA cause, they would have released it. So somehow they created the files, put nothing in there that would be harmful to him or anyone else. So according to him, there is completely not a political fabrication of theirs. It sounds to me like he's suggesting that they did all the legwork of investigating the guy, and it wasn't until he was in office that the guy got picked up and lost, and now and that's the last of that, right? That's the last we heard of it and stuff. I don't know, to me it kind of sounds like he's telling a story of getting into office, realizing there's all this information on him and his buddy, and he takes care of the situation. I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist here. I'm just saying, the way he describes it, it's like, okay, if we're to take you at your word, you're making it sound way really worse. You're making it sound worse.
Yeah. Like, this is the conspiracy crowd. That's what's so dumb about this, is that a large segment of MAGA embraces conspiracy theories, right? Like, you got like QAnon, and you got people with JFK, which, I mean, at least whatever. Surprisingly, people don't seem to embrace the MLK theory, which is pretty much close to fact. But these are the same people that are like, oh yeah, the CIA doing all this shit. Okay, all right. So how about this one? The same prosecutor that gave this guy the best deal known to man, where he basically didn't have to serve any time. He had like a really cushy deal, all of it. That same prosecutor ended up becoming the Secretary of Labor under Donald Trump. The same guy who ended up, the son of the guy that gave Jeff his first job as a teacher, or not his first job, but a job as a teacher at some school with zero credentials. The son of that guy ended up becoming the Attorney General under Donald Trump. The same, also RFK, tied to Jeff. The same guy who was best friends with Jeff for 10 years, and that is Jeff's own thing, right? That's his own characterization. That guy becomes president of the United States, and then when the shit pops off, Alex Acosta has to resign. The Secretary of Labor has to resign because that's the guy who gives Jeff the really good deal. He resigns. And then there's a raid. Epstein's arrested, put in federal prison. Then there's a raid on Epstein's island. And this building is wired audio and video. They have thousands of hours of audio and video of this place. and files out the wazoo and flight manifests. And then that guy up and loses his life in a federal prison in 2019 in a federal prison. And then we don't hear anything else about the files, nothing about, hey, what did you find? What names were involved? Even though we know this guy was, rubbing shoulders with everybody. None of that ever comes out. Maxwell, so this guy's girlfriend, then also gets arrested. And in 2020, when Donald Trump is asked to comment on that, he says, I wish her well.
I'm sure he did.
Like, if anything, it's pretty clear the dude was unalive, or he lost his life in a federal prison.
Don't forget that she was like home free for a long time. Like, people were taking photos of her going to like In-N-Out in LA and just eating a burger, like not at all worried about getting picked up by the feds or anything like that. Like, the public really had to pressure the administration to pick her up in the first place.
Yeah.
What's up, David?
No, I'm not saying a thing. You're just gonna have to collect your money.
Oh, because you think you're gonna get kicked?
I only got one more thing.
Just go
I
ahead.
I already got a money gun and a corky. What is it? How much?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm making you money. You should split it with me.
Do you want to give us your 2 cents on this, or what?
You should split this with me. You should split this money with me. That's why you brought me up.
David, I need to buy my health care.
Yeah, well, you should. There it is. See ya.
Thank you.
What do you want to talk about?
You should be booting me now. They paid.
We haven't done it yet. You got to yap. You got to use.
You should give
you gotta
some
use
to
that
Nemo.
yapper.
You should give some to Nemo. He needs some money.
That is true. I do need money, but no, Pickles is earning that shit right now. I don't know. I looked at this. I didn't know when this happened. I got 11,000 coins. I don't know when that happened. But thank you to all the people involved in that.
I think you just got
wow.
$70.
I think Dan's United just decided to be a high roller tonight. They gave you a 9.5K gift.
Yeah. See what I did
Jesus.
for you? I did that for you.
Thank you, guys.
You should thank me.
You're so generous, David. Thank you.
You wouldn't have got that money if I wouldn't have come up.
Is that so? I mean, Nemo had most of that in the bank.
No, as soon as I hit the screen, he got all kinds of shit. He saw it. His face lit up. He's like, yes.
You trying to?
I'm his money maker.
Or something?
I should get commission.
Okay.
I should be getting a cut.
I feel like chat should just fill Pickles' gift gallery now because all the gift galleries just
There you
reset.
go. That's why he hasn't dropped me yet. You're greedy.
The more David complains, everyone's gift gallery should just
You're
get filled
so
all the way up.
greedy.
You understand
I'm the
how
best thing
little-
for liberal lives. I'm the best
David,
thing.
I let you
I
up
make
out of
them
the
shit
kindness
tons of money.
of my heart. Out of the
That's not
kindness
why you
of my
brought me
heart.
up. That's not why you brought me up.
Of course it is.
Yeah, that's so funny. That's hilarious. You saw my name and you went cha-ching.
Is there something special about the name David?
Yeah, he knows that he's going to get gifts to kick me. That's exactly what he's
how he
hoping.
kicks people.
He's hoping it happens very fast. There you go. There's more. How much? You're getting greedy now, man. I should have been gone a long time ago. This is ridiculous. You're just milking it now. Look at
Again,
this.
That's not how people are getting kicked, but okay.
Who is this? Brenna? I'm gonna get kicked either way.
I'm
What?
sure. I mean, if you're just
What the
gonna
hell? That's why he got me up there. He's like, oh, I need money. I'm gonna get that guy.
David, you can't just come up here all the time now and talk about how you might get kicked.
You don't want me up here? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
No.
unless you're gonna be
I
interested.
don't make money for you.
Dolphin, thank you for the $1. Guys,
I
only
don't make
only
I
39.
don't make money for you.
I'm not gonna sit here and cosplay with you and pretend like you don't get kicked a bunch.
Do I
David,
make
do you
money
have a
for you?
job?
Yes or no?
David, do you have a job?
No, I don't. I'm on Medicaid. I don't make money for you. I can qualify. You can too, Pickles, by the way. I don't make
You don't
money
have a
for
job.
you.
You don't have a job, David. Is what you're
No,
saying.
I don't have a job. No. I think that's the goal of the live, isn't it? No job. This is
Were
the no
you,
job live.
But you're a Trump supporter?
Oh yeah, for sure.
You're on Medicaid without a job.
Absolutely.
You excited to get kicked off?
Oh, I'll find a job. I'll find something.
Why
When I
don't
get
you
kicked
have a
off,
job?
I'm not getting kicked off till like 2026.
David, why don't you have a job?
I'm not. Hey man, don't. What are you, my mom? I'm not. I'm
No,
not gonna. Seriously,
why aren't you pulling yourself
seriously,
up by your bootstraps, David?
seriously. Why don't you ask Nemo the question?
Nemo has a job. David,
What is
why
it?
aren't
What
you
is
pulling
Nemo's
yourself
job?
up by your
What is
bootstraps?
Nemo's job?
He's entertaining people. David, why don't you pull
This is
yourself
it?
up? Why don't you pull yourself
I
up?
earn more money than Nemo for these lib hosts.
Oh, you do?
I get yes. You ask Pickles.
How much money do you make from the lib?
So how much
posts?
money have you made on me?
How much money do you make on the lib posts?
Oh, me? I don't make anything.
Oh, okay. So you don't make more money than Nemo. Okay.
Oh no. Not on this. No.
So what you're saying is you're too lazy
I
to
actually
have
make
a
money
job,
for Nemo.
Medicaid.
Nemo makes money off of me. Don't
Speaking of Nemo making money, thank you, Tammy. This is from way earlier.
He's making money.
No. This is from like way earlier. Tell this moron that maybe if we stop cutting billionaire taxes, we could fund these programs and reduce our deficit. This is when we were talking to
So,
deficit
David,
hawk guy.
I just wanted to point out, David, you think that the people who are making money right now, because you're in here, you're claiming that it's because of your presence. They should split it with you?
I'm just joking.
Oh, okay. You're just joking.
He
Sounded
can't
like
split it with
socialism
me.
for a
He
second.
barely got enough for a cheeseburger. Nemo told me the other day he couldn't even buy a double cheeseburger. I'm not taking his money. Can't buy a
David?
double cheeseburger.
Okay.
Did you tell me that, Nemo?
I don't know if I told you that, but yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely said that the other day.
I felt bad. I'd buy you a double cheeseburger if I saw you on the street.
Oh, so you just have money. That's why you don't have a job.
I've earned money, but I choose not to work.
That sounds lazy to me. But you're on Medicaid.
Well, I know the system.
Oh, so you're playing the system, huh?
Don't say it can't happen, because
So you're the exact.
I'm not committing fraud.
Oh,
I'm
it sure sounds
not
like
committing
you are.
fraud. Let me just
But
tell you that.
You sound like the people that people like you complain about.
Well, I'm not really going to worry about it until 2026, because in 2026 all the cuts go into place. But
Okay,
they're not
so-
going into place now, so I'm not going to rush to do anything.
Right, but so you're going to take advantage of it, but
Yeah.
as soon as
By
you
the way,
don't need
Nemo
it.
and Pickles should do the same thing. I don't know why the hell you're not.
What?
Pickles, you should do the same. I don't know about this woman. She's a white suburban mom, soccer mom. She's got benefits up the wazoo. She's fine. But Pickles, you can
Who
get
is the
Medicaid.
soccer? I'm sorry. Who is the soccer mom?
Benna. She's the whitey suburban soccer mom.
That must be me. That's so funny.
Wait, you're not a suburb person?
No, I definitely am. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I thought there's no way she lives next to a person of color.
That's the irony.
That's not happening. She's not. She's definitely. If a person of color moved in next door, you would move.
My God. Oh, God.
David, what?
What? Wait, I'm gonna get you some more money. Hold on.
So, David, this is like a weird attempt at reverse psychology to try to get people to not give.
I'm thinking that's
I just
another
I just
white
need chat.
suburban
I just
soccer
need
mom.
chat to channel their inner brat energy and just.
I'm thinking I'm
let them
talking to
through or
another
hitting
white
whatever
suburban
the
soccer
gift
mom.
levels are.
See, the two soccer moms are really bored.
Yep, soccer mom. I got 19 babies in a freezer, and I live in the middle of Manhattan. So.
Oh well, that's cool.
My
I
next
like- How do
abortion
you?
after
What do you
did
think
it.
of your new? Well, you live in Manhattan. You're freaking rich. You're rich.
Jesus
You're not
Manhattan-
middle class at all.
Manhattan is a very large place that includes people of
What's your
all
rent?
income levels.
Hold up. What's your rent?
Not stabilized, unfortunately.
Yeah, right. Because you're in Manhattan.
hmm
Mm-hmm.
It's not most units
Yours,
in
David.
all the most of the units in all the
Are there less
boroughs are not
expensive
stabilized.
places to live in New York City than Manhattan?
I think you misunderstand.
I don't think
There
I
are
do.
different parts of Manhattan. Some parts of
I don't think
Manhattan
I
are
do.
cheaper than some parts of Brooklyn and stuff.
Yeah, like Turtle Bay is cheaper than Williamsburg.
Is that where you
Like
live?
just don't know things. No, it's
Do you
not
live
where
in
I
Turtle
live.
Bay?
No,
Oh,
I'm not that dumb.
Sorry, you
so-
trying to figure out
so
her
you-
address, David?
David, where are you
Yes.
from?
I told.
I'm just kidding. Jennifer, thank you for the kick.
Hey, Martina, should we make a play date for all the babies in the freezers for next weekend?
Yeah. Honestly, sometimes I get pictures of them in the mail. Just like I'm glad that they're surviving storage.
Wow.
I am gonna get to the next guest, Martina. I'm gonna kick you. Thank you so much for coming up.
Thanks
love
for
you.
having me up. And thanks to Cleo, who sent me a pretty gift, and Gemini.
Love that. Thank you, Martina.
Everybody do an activism this week. There's lots of options.
Oh yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Gregory.
Hello.
Hello? I've never done this. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I don't think you've done a lot of
I
things.
certainly can. Hello. Hello.
Where did that fetus?
Hello. Is this a Trump supporter?
Come on, baby.
Hello.
Benny, come on. Hey,
Hey. Are you,
come on. Hey, Benny, come on.
are you a Trump
Come on.
supporter?
Pickles, did you just snap Zoom to yourself?
Yeah.
Can I steal that? That's amazing. That's
Absolutely.
amazing.
Yeah, this person's not. That last guest is going, I swear to God, I'm 21. No, you're not. No, you're not.
You got like Klinefelters or something?
You got what?
Klinefelter syndrome. It causes people to look very, 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 very young.
That was a very advanced joke, Nemo.
Yeah. This is low-key ableist too. Yeah.
Hello? Zijin? They've been in the box for a minute.
Come on, MAGA.
Oh.
Come on, MAGA. Make excuses for your daddy.
Trust him, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I
Hello?
voted for Trump. Hello.
Yeah?
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that you liberals don't know what you're talking about.
I bet you got soft liberal hands.
But I tell you what, listen here. The problem is that you don't vote for the 3Gs like we do, okay?
What are the 3Gs?
God's, guns, and Jesus, okay? What's up, Pickles?
Not much, dude. How are you doing?
I'm doing, brother. I'm doing. I just thought I'd come up and talk shit to you and generic white guy number 3. Nemo, by the way.
Yeah.
You been getting any good ops, man?
It's been okay. It's been okay.
I ain't got shit lately.
Yeah, it's been like a little bit slow, I guess, the last few days, but I
Okay, so
usually
it
turn
isn't
on the
just me.
yeah, I turn on the YouTube and I get phone calls. It's not too bad.
I gotta do that. We moved, or in the process of moving, and I left my the one box that I needed, that I got to go back for, is the one with all of my computer cords, and mics and all of that. So
Oh shit.
yeah, I've been stuck doing it old school.
Damn.
Yeah. I didn't mean to slow you down. I hadn't been up and on your shit in a while. Actually, I've been gone for like a week and a half, so I've barely been getting back into it. But I was like, man, I ain't fucked with pickles in a minute.
You're good, dude. Yeah, I took like a week and a half off too. Just kind
Oh
of
shit.
yeah. But yeah. Yeah, where'd you move?
It's still in Texas. I'll text you.
Okay.
I ain't gonna say like out loud and shit because
Yeah.
you know I get doxxed and swatted all the time. So
Yeah.
trying to have a fresh start. So
Yeah. I feel you.
You've actually been swatted? That's crazy.
Oh yeah, multiple times. So I advocate for firearm reform, and people don't like that. I got arrested for saying fuck. I've gotten beat by the cops for it. So yeah, it's all in a day's work.
Wow. Yeah. Thank you for fighting a good fight. Nice to meet you, by the way. You had me fooled.
Oh, nice to meet you too. Yeah. It's because I've done listened to all these fools talk and I know what they're going to say. Okay.
Yeah.
I've got to meet Brett in real life. We kissed on the mouth.
Yeah.
Romantically.
Wow.
Yeah.
Listen, I didn't like meeting you in real life just because you made me feel smaller than I should. You're a big motherfucker. And people do not realize that.
Yeah.
Like 6'6".
Really?
6'4". Yeah.
What?
Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Yeah, I would have pegged you at like 5'11".
I hugged him and I went to his chest.
Yep.
Like
A little baby.
I felt safe. I felt secure,
Mhm.
but like.
And I smelled good, right?
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Gotta change his name from pickle to cucumber. God damn.
For real. No, yeah, I was like, what the fuck? What did they feed you?
Yeah.
And then I asked the typical, why don't you play basketball question. You have to, right? At this point, like, you have to.
The answer is I sucked.
In fairness, I think that 6'4" is like you're like second string, maybe. Like that, you minimum 6'4" if you want to be in basketball. That's entry.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, I didn't, like, before I met Pickles, I thought Pickles, was 5'10", 5'11", my height and shit like that. No, like Nemo, I feel, gives off like 6'6", like, energy and everything. But Nemo probably shorter than I am.
I'm 6 foot.
You're taller than me too. Fuck all of y'all.
How tall are you, Brett?
5'10", now that I'm old.
Nice.
I started shrinking a few years back. It sucks.
That happens. I am. I get tall energy, apparently.
5'4".
5'4"? Pickles?
5'2".
I'm gonna say 5'1".
Damn. Yeah. 5'1.5". So.
Oh.
Well done. I got told all the time that I have tall energy online, but I guess you were just. Gotta add that half. Absolutely.
There's like an inverse correlation where like The shorter you are, the feistier you get. Like,
Oh, for sure.
That is true. Because like Pickles is one of the chillest people that I know, and he's 6'4", and you get to like our height, and we start getting a little feistier. So yeah, I see it.
Gotta watch out,
Yep.
little barking chihuahuas.
Actually, Pickles, I will say this: I'm in your area now.
Are you?
Yeah, not close, but not far. If you get my drift.
Yeah. Yeah, close
So,
enough
yeah.
for you to get your ass out here and we hang out.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Hey, dude, are you doing the No Kings on the 17th?
Maybe.
I think I might too.
Maybe. Record the kisses this time. We can do that.
Yeah, that is on our Patreon.
It must be nice to just meet random men you meet on the internet in person.
It's still creepy.
Is it?
Yeah, it's still creepy. Men are just weird.
Me for some smooching. No, Shonley fans. Grownly fans.
Yeah, that's why I said Patreon, because I think we can say that. I'm not sure, but apparently TikTok changed all its rules in the week and a half that I was gone. So like I'm hearing that we can't say certain more things. So
Like what?
if I said it, we could get in trouble. So I
Can
can't
you
say it.
euphemize it, Brett? Come on.
So like
Euphemize it.
like apparently, and I don't know if this is true because you know how the TikTok world is and everything, but apparently you can't say, like, I used to tell people to act like their screens were a couch and that they were JD Vance and smash the shit out of it. But like, you know, the action of the hearts on the screen, apparently you can't say that anymore. I don't know, but that's what people are saying, so I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I always also I get away with saying all the things that people say will get your thing flagged.
So do I. I can say all the words, but there's certain things that like kind of shadow banana my shit.
Yeah.
Like certain things, because I mean, you know me, you've seen mine. I say all the words.
Yeah.
I think it is completely bullshit to say pew pew. Pew pew didn't take my son, a gun did. You know what I'm saying? So I say all the words. But yeah, I think there's just certain like phrases and shit that TikTok will be like, fuck you, we're not putting you on the page that is for everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do think also, in my experience, it'll go through periods where it's like more sensitive, you know, because like I've gotten suspended a few times, not in a long time, which is good. But I feel like for a few months after you come back from suspension, it's really, really easy to trigger it again.
Oh yeah. In fact, the last time that I caught one, it's Pickle's fault. I was in his live, jumped off, went to go do something, came back, and then I didn't have any live access while I was offline.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah. It's Pickle's fault though.
Actually, it shouldn't be. And I don't know if I've ever asked you, but if either of you are y'all in an agency? Do y'all have an agency?
Yeah. I don't. So I get the 24-hour ones a lot. So I don't ever even truly like mess with it too much, you know.
Yeah. I'll DM you, Brenna, but I can help people that get bans.
Oh, thank you. I do have, back when I went live more often, I do still have them. I have like a TikTok employee manager person, but because I don't go live as often anymore, we haven't really been. So I don't know
Oh, okay.
if I'm technically still managed. But I think the agency thing, I don't know, I've never really understood what that is.
So, like, I didn't for the longest time either, and I stayed away from it because I'm a very do everything myself, even to my own fault. You know what I'm saying? But I finally did, and so what they do is like if you appeal and you lose, your manager can go in and has like this like straight to line to appeal your shit and get you back reinstated.
Yeah.
Is that with the agencies as well?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's the agencies.
Yeah. That's what I started an agency.
You started one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's cool. Can I be
Why?
an agency?
Absolutely.
What? Oh my god, cool. I don't know. So is that the one benefit? What's the other?
They like I can get special benefits like getting beta access to some new features for TikTok Live.
Of course you would, beta boy.
And getting like offsite meetups and stuff, like sponsored TikTok sponsored ones eventually. Stuff like that. But ultimately it's just like a thing where they pay people to get like a bunch of creators and hopefully like make those creators more productive.
Okay, that's cool.
To be fair, I don't utilize my agency as much as I probably should, because I just do shit. So I'm probably not the best person to ask about shit.
Yeah.
What is the name of it, Pickles? Somebody asked.
Digital Media.
I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because you're the big deal.
That's right.
The real deal.
The real deal.
You're goddamn correct.
The real deal.
I like that. Did you ever do your merch store?
And then with the debate, no way. That person actually is 21. And I have just a little bit of merch. Just a little bit of merch. I got a logo. I'm not sure if I'm gonna keep it. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird, but I have a hat and I have a shirt. That's about it.
Text the link.
So
Text
what's
me
it
the
gonna
link.
be, Charlie Kirk?
Show you.
God damn! Why are
How many
you?
of you raise your
screaming at
hand?
me?
Is the logo for your agency or is it?
Oh no, I don't have anything like that for my agency yet. No.
It's just like a pickles GG's.
Yeah, it's just that.
Nice.
Hold on. It's just that, a blank black. There it goes.
Made a boy hat.
I like that.
I like that. Nice.
I like that a lot.
I had someone make me some merch that I just never promoted all that much because we were like, we'll set up the shop. But he took it upon himself to make it because he has the company, and it says we fact check here. It's like a
Ooh, I
that's
like
it.
that.
Oh, dope.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I have a bunch of merch. I self promote like a motherfucker.
Good for you.
But yeah,
Well, it's so like between like my organization, I can't do the funny good shit on my organization because of like 501c3 rules and laws and shit. So like my Greg Abbott is chicken shit shirt, couldn't do it there, so I had to do it. Or my Ted Cruz is the ignorant loaf of bread, dickless wonder, classic white. Those shirts, my testicular fortitude, vulvic valor, and androgynous audacity shirt, like I couldn't do those elsewhere, so I had to do my own shit.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Those are dope.
501c3.
No wonder
Well,
red ones
according to
fail.
the IRS, if you register as a church now, you could, according to the IRS, it's fair game. So.
Well, my followers do call themselves Christians, so I think we could make this work.
Yeah.
I like that. We do have a debate going. Brett, were you trying to hang out? Or are you?
I can drop so y'all can get back to it, brother.
Okay. All
All
right.
right, much love. Love you, Pickles. Love you, Nemo. And nice to meet you, Brenna.
Nice to meet you, Brett.
Much
Later,
love,
man.
bub.
Later, motherfuckers.
All right.
See, that's how we get banned.
All right. So this person is apparently 21 and they proved it.
Apparently,
Yeah.
I sent my ID.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you a girl?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm also very anxious right now. I'm sorry. I can't. Oh my god. Can we talk about deportation?
Sure.
Okay. So I keep seeing, right, a lot of people, they say that when people come in, they cross the border, and then there's this thing. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. My brain is not working now. Okay, deportation. People come in, and why are we supposed to say that they're able to come in without going through the process? Like, why? I believe that Trump should be able to get the people out. However, I don't agree with the way he's doing it. But I don't understand why deportation is so inherently wrong when it is all over and everyone is saying it's so bad, it's so terrible, so miserable that we're kicking people out of the country, but they didn't come in legally.
So these people usually come from dire straits. They come from a bad spot in life. And a lot of them, when they come here, they don't, they are not a net cost on society. They are net contributors. So they come and they pay taxes, they work jobs, and we benefit as a society from these people. So for us to obsess about it, I feel like is kind of unwarranted. And I think just the effect of Trump's campaigning, I don't feel like it's an actual thing we need to spend hundreds of billions of dollars figuring out. We've roughly had the same amount of immigrants in the country for the last 10, 15 years. This isn't anything that we need to go crazy over. I feel like we could handle this a lot more delicately or a lot more gracefully. I feel like what Trump is doing, calling them names, calling them vermin, saying they're poisoning the blood of the country, saying all these horrible things to get people excited about this is political theater. I think it's wrong. Democrats don't want all of these people just flood into the country. That's stupid. We fight for more border security. We fight for ways for these people to come here legally. But until we address that and make it much easier, people are just going to do whatever they can to come here the wrong way because it costs tens of thousands of dollars and it takes years and years to do.
Right. So what? Oh my God! Oh my God! Kamala, she didn't have a policy for deportation, did she?
She did.
Did?
Yeah.
What was it?
So, by the way, you understand that people were being deported under Biden as well, right?
Yeah, they were being deported under Obama too.
Yeah, people were deported under, and you understand that the biggest issue, like most people don't just disagree with deportation outright. The biggest issue is not going through due process and violating human rights and just assuming that someone shouldn't be here, quote unquote, just based on where they came from.
Well, I don't believe that they shouldn't be here. Like I do believe that people should be able to come in, and I do believe that the process should be like changed in a way to allow people to come in easier. However, the issue is that people are coming in not legally, and I understand that the process.
Do you understand? Do you think that asylum seekers are here legally or not legally?
Asylum seekers. I mean, I'd assume not legally, but like I said, I don't believe that they should.
So let me correct you. Asylum seekers are here legally. When you come to this country, no matter how you cross the border, if you request asylum, you then trigger a process which makes you undocumented, right? But it does not make you illegal. And unfortunately, what people like Trump do is they tell you that a bunch of people are here illegally, they're illegals, they're this or that, whatever. When that's actually not true. Asylum seekers are here legally. They are going through a process. They have requested asylum. And the thing about asylum seeking is that you have to basically make your case, you have to go to a bunch of hearings, and then a judge is going to look at the evidence you present and all the filings, and then they're going to make a determination about whether or not your asylum is granted or not, right? That is a perfectly legal process, and that's how the vast majority of people that Trump is picking up right now are in this country. Now, the problem is Republicans have done everything in their power to slow this process down, right? It takes an average, an asylum seeker is not here illegally. Sorry to burst your bubble. That is a legal status. And so, you guys just calling asylum seekers illegal just shows.
Wow. Okay, don't say you guys, because
I'm responding to the comments.
understand.
Don't yell at me. I'm responding to the comments.
Yelling. My heart's racing very fast, and I really don't want to be misrepresented.
I'm responding to the comment that says illegal is illegal. Okay.
Okay.
It's not truly. So anyway, so Republicans have constantly defunded the process, then the courts, the immigration courts, for figuring out if asylum seekers should be granted asylum. Do you know about the bipartisan border bill?
I do not. I think I've heard a little bit about it, but I don't really keep up to date with a lot of the stuff because I have a lot of trouble understanding the I can't remember what
the
they're
stuff.
called.
Yeah.
Yeah, the stuff. I have trouble.
So that's fine. So basically, while Biden was the president, there was a bipartisan bill. That means that both parties supported it, right? And in fact, it was originally introduced by a couple of Republicans. And that bipartisan border bill was designed to fund the legal immigration process. It was designed not to just fund, the manpower at the border, but mainly one of the biggest things it did was to fund the court process. Now, here's the thing. Trump came in last second, called a bunch of Republicans and told them not to pass it because he didn't want to give Biden that win. Okay, so number one, Trump created a crisis, or at least extended it, just so he could pretend to be the good guy who was quote unquote going to solve it. But number two, you know what the argument made against that bill is on either side, again, that bill had a lot of bipartisan support. But if someone wanted to get rid of it, you know what the different criticisms are of it? And this, by the way, was very similar to Kamala's proposed border policy.
No, I don't know much about Kamala. I've only seen a couple of things about her. I spent a lot of time, I didn't care much about politics until a couple months ago.
Okay. So again, her proposed policy was similar to this. So the big criticism, right, from people who thought that this policy was too strict on the border was that by fast tracking a lot of asylum cases, what you were going to end up doing is fast tracking deportations, right? But you know what another criticism was? That by fast tracking the asylum cases, you're going to fast track granting asylum. And that's the ironic thing, right? That's the ironic thing about if you want to speed up the actual legal process, if you want to speed up legal deportations, you are also by definition going to have to speed up legal asylum approvals. Because what you're doing is you're actually just looking at every case and seeing if it has merits and whatnot. And some of them are going to have merits and some of them, sure, aren't. So both of those things, both of those sides to the same coin were used against this bill when it was decided that Trump didn't want to pass it. And so his whole critique was like, no. They were going to fast track. They were going to fast track the whole asylum process. Okay, but fast tracking the asylum process again also fast tracks legal asylum denials. So they're just fucking lying to you. Sorry to swear, but they're lying to you. You know.
So how can someone come in through asylum and then that be legal, but then be considered undocumented and then still be able to like be deported if they came in legally?
So undocumented has nothing to do with how you came in, right? So there's different issues at hand, right? Technically, there are some ways you can become an undocumented immigrant that are like a misdemeanor or whatever. You know what I mean? Like if you don't cross at a legal port of entry, whatever. Historically, the majority of undocumented immigrants actually overstay their visa. So they're not even coming across a border like that. They're just coming in and like with permission, totally legally, or they're tourists, you know, and then they're just staying. And then they end up undocumented. And that in and of itself, being undocumented is not a crime. So asylum seekers, again, aren't inherently or necessarily criminals. If you want to prosecute them for crossing the border illegally, which is, again, a misdemeanor offense, you can do so, but you have to prove a crime there. And the act of just being undocumented, not a crime. Sorry, and you're asking what's the process? Sorry, was that did that answer your question or no?
I mean, kinda, but what's the okay, I still don't really understand how you can be in here legally, but then legally be allowed to like be kicked out.
So that's the issue. He is kicking people out illegally. The way he is deporting people is illegal. He's violating, all sorts of basic rights that we grant people. And he's arguing that he doesn't have to give people these rights or respect those rights just because they're immigrants, according to him.
Right.
That's the whole due process thing, you know?
What was Kamala's what was she gonna do for deportation? Because you said that she did have a policy.
She wanted to do something very similar to the bipartisan bill that Trump called around and got removed. She wanted to fund the immigration system a lot better to speed up the actual process. Is the general gist of it.
Speed up the process. How would you speed up a process? Would you just hire more people or what? Because can't they faster?
Yeah, hiring more judges and and people who clerks, people who do the paperwork, all that stuff.
Okay. Okay. And so a lot of people call him racist. Mm-hmm. Is there like an actual instance where he was directly racist?
There's a lot. Pickles, do you want to pull some up?
1973, he was federally indicted for denying black people homes. I'll just go from the bottom.
Okay.
He did that. There was an instance where there was the Central Park 5. What was it, like the early 90s, late 80s? Central Park 5. He called for the death sentence of these individuals. Even after they were exonerated, he still didn't take it back. These individuals were all BIPOC, I think black.
Black and Hispanic. Yeah.
Hispanic too. And they were kids, yeah. They were all underage. He also has been caught, I think it was in a congressional meeting, yelling about how certain people don't look Indian enough. They don't have enough Indian blood. He was complaining that he didn't get to own casinos and they did. He's also been heard talking about how he wouldn't let black people count his money. He'll only let Jewish people count his money. I mean, he went on and on about how Kamala wasn't black, how she turned black.
We talked about bad hombres being sent. Oh, shithole countries also.
Talk about how Obama was Kenyan and the leader of ISIS. He talks about how people from south of the border have bad genetics, how they're poisoning the blood of our country. They're vermin.
Oh, what is that? That was Gaza? No.
That wasn't Gaza. Gaza's not poisoning the blood of our country.
No. I don't mean that. It just you brought that up and it reminded me of I heard people talking about oh my god, there was, what's the word? He wanted to get rid of an area in Gaza, I think.
He wants to get rid of Gaza in general, basically.
Right. Okay, so that's bad. So the war. Okay, so most of the information that I've got from this is from another live, but they aggressively talk about how he's a terrible person, but they use references that don't really make sense. So I came here to try and help myself understand, but I can't really put words together. So I apologize, and I think I'm just gonna drop down because I can't really think of anything else. But I do appreciate it because it did help me understand the deportation thing.
Yeah.
So I do thank you. But I also don't know how to drop down. So
anytime, thanks for coming up. W guess. It's a good question, Renee. Hello? Cagney? Nope.
Hello.
We can repost lives now. Hello.
How do you
So I just found you today, so I don't know where you are, like within the Democratic Party, but I consider myself a moderate. So what do you have to say about Mamdani?
Mamdani seems dope. You
Can you try and convince me on him? Like I haven't looked at him too much.
try to convince you on him?
Yeah, like I
Hasn't he
wouldn't.
talked about doing free transportation?
Free buses. Just free buses.
Yeah.
Free buses. He wants to, raise just a 2% tax on people making over $1 million a year, which of course would only kick in after the first million. So you're only going to pay an extra $20,000 a year if you're making $2 million, which has got all the rich people very, very frazzled. People feel that he is representative of progressive ideals. They believe, his push against establishment bullshit is good, and some of the bullshit narratives are good.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, he sounds great, and he probably is gonna win in December. So we'll see. But to me, I think if as a party we go down the path of electing people who identify as socialists, I just don't think that's the path we should go down.
I mean, why? Why is that inherently bad? Firstly, he's a democratic socialist, so just call him socialist.
Yeah, my bad. We're a capitalist country. Like whether
Just right quick, Blue. It sounds like you're kind of far away from your mic. Is that just me, or is that y'all too?
I'm wearing headphones. So that might be...
Oh, yeah. It's never mind. Don't worry about it.
Hello, Luke.
Hello.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I mean, I see the appeal and I appreciate the enthusiasm that he brings, but I'm not saying Cuomo is a great guy. He has problems. So I'm not from New York, so it doesn't directly affect me. Eventually it will.
So your issue with democratic socialism is that we are a capitalist country? Is that your issue?
Yeah, and then I don't know too much about Mamdani, but others like AOC, who I don't know where she is economically, but socially she's very progressive, and
Mhm.
she's like called for abolishing ICE and other things. I think it just looks bad on the rest of the party. That's just my
Well,
personal
it
opinion.
only looks bad if you don't like those ideas, if you think those ideas are bad.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean, I don't think the ideas are inherently bad, but I think she represents a part of the party that does have bad ideas, not bad intentions, but bad ideas.
well, so okay, so your issue with democratic socialism is the fact that America is a capitalist country. What do you know about countries with any form of democratic socialism in them?
Not much. I mean, I know about communism, but obviously they're different things.
Right, that's very different. What would it surprise you if I told you that countries that, we typically refer to as having democratic socialist policies are also have capitalism?
No, it wouldn't.
Okay, so if your issue with democratic socialism is that we are a capitalist country, and you understand that a lot of countries with democratic socialism are also capitalist countries, and in fact report much higher rates of satisfaction and happiness among their population, have, like, on average, if I'm not mistaken, healthier populations, more highly educated populations, all this stuff. Why is it so scary to think that our capitalist country could also have some democratic socialism to it, just like many other countries that are doing great would?
Really, I think it would have to come from within, which obviously, if Mamdani, they all get elected, it is coming from within, but there's resistance from the other side on so many things that in ways that there just aren't in those countries. So I think it's just, as of now, it's a little too divisive for me.
I think what you're echoing is what maybe someone like Mamdani will help stop, but what you're echoing is like Red Scare stuff. When people were like Kamala's a communist, they can't articulate that. They don't know what the fuck
Yeah,
they're talking
obviously
about.
she's not. Exactly.
Yeah. And I feel like we should be able to point to someone in our party and be like, that's like New York functions, and they have we can say they have a democratic socialist. They're not on fire. I feel like I think it's good. I think our left needs to start fucking running and hitting the wall as hard as they can, and move um, uh, the Overton window as far left as we possibly can, because it's pretty far right now, and we shouldn't be scared.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I appreciate the enthusiasm they bring, and I said, convince me, and you did a pretty good job. This is probably my weakest like political, the thing I know least about, because I really came here looking for something I could disagree with. But for the most part, I agree with most of what you say. So I'd love to
How
come
old
on
did you say
another
you were,
time.
Luke?
I'm 20.
20. So, Bernie Sanders really, I guess, hit the national scene in like 2015, 2016, roughly.
Yeah.
Now, some people will say, 2016 was taken from him. It wasn't. Hillary won it fair and square. There's no way that he would have won. That wasn't really, I think, his goal. His goal was to make Medicare for all something that every American understood. They understood the phrase Medicare for all. And he achieved that in 2016. So fast forward to the 2020 primary for the Democrats. Not only was Medicare for all a household thing, the moderators asked every single person on the stage about Medicare for all. Ask them, do you support Medicare for all? Like Bernie was responsible for that.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean,
ideally, I think that Bernie's moment would have been 2020, and it didn't pan out that way, and it sucks. I wish that it did, but the point is, he advanced that, and he was getting a ton of pushback. People were saying, dude, you're a socialist. He's like, yes, I'm a socialist. Like, he just leaned into it. I agree with Pickles. Like, I think that this whole idea of being scared of being called a socialist or being called a communist, guess what? Donald Trump right now is calling the super duper milquetoast centrist Democrat iteration of the Democratic Party right now, the super centrist, soft, liberal Democrats, they are being called communists by Donald Trump right now. They are not remotely close to that. They're like, it would be insulting to someone who calls themselves a communist to be lumped in with them, right? That's how different they are politically. But the point is, we're already being called communists and socialists. So why don't we go ahead and just say, well, fuck it. If we're already being called that, we may as well like actually try to advance agenda items and not be worried about being seen as too far left. They're already saying we're too far left. That's the logic that Bernie brought to the forefront. Medicare for all is now a thing that most people have heard about. And a lot of people support it. And I mean, fully agree with it. AOC is kind of taking up the mantle on that. Hopefully we see some more. Zoran, obviously, the only thing that sucks about Zoran is that dude wasn't born here, because, I mean, he could easily have, like, presidential ambitions later on if he was. Like, to really summarize this exact dynamic that I'm talking about, I have like a little thing of quotes that I read sometimes to get inspiration. There's this one. Quote, socialism is a scare word they've hurled at every advance the people have made in the last 20 years. Socialism is what they called public power. Socialism is what they called social security. Socialism is what they called farm price supports. Socialism is what they called bank deposit insurance. Socialism is what they called the growth of free and independent labor organizations. Socialism is their name for almost anything that helps all the people. When the Republican candidate inscribes the slogan, "Down with Socialism," on the banner of his great crusade, that is really not what he means at all. What he really means is down with progress, down with Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal, and down with Harry Truman's Fair Deal. That's all he means. That is Truman in 1952. This is a tale as old as time. To Pickle's point about the Red Scare, this is the Red Scare.
Also, if I may add to that, I think that's great points, Nemo. If the fear is internal, you're like, oh, it's great, but I think it's going to be viewed as this, and that. The fact that Zoran Mamdani was as successful, he broke all kinds of records with this primary, all kinds of records. He got younger voters out in record numbers. And by younger, obviously, I mean, young adults and whatnot, which is the exact demographic that Dems are struggling with. And like, if the fear is that somehow having policies like the ones that Zoran is running on is going to scare people away, I have yet to see evidence of that. Every single time this sort of thing comes up, AOC, you also mentioned, she unseated an incumbent, which is so difficult. It's one of the most difficult things to do. She unseated an incumbent by a huge margin and continuously is reelected by huge margins. And Bernie also, he may not have won the primary, and that whole thing was drama in and of itself, but one thing that is undeniable is that he got people involved who weren't previously involved. So I have yet to see any evidence of the fact that these policies and ideas hurt or scare people away. I have yet to see it. Maybe it would be a good point if you could prove it, and not you, but the collective you. In my opinion.
I mean, it should be mentioned with AOC. I always forget the guy's name who she unseated. Yeah, but he was like number 2 in the party. He was the only person in the House that was more influential than him was Nancy Pelosi. Okay, AOC primary. he was like this really influential, like powerful Joe Crowley. Um, so apparently, and I don't know that much about him, but he was like a big deal. And AOC, I know that people love to try and denigrate her by saying oh, she's a bartender. I mean, is that not the thing that Republicans like to cosplay about? Like the average person can be a leader. I've heard from people who tend to vote Republican or like MAGA. I've heard so many times like we just need normal people in DC. We just need normal people in Congress and in the White House. Like if a regular person was to go up there, it would be different. I mean, AOC in many ways embodies that. She was a bartender. Like, I mean, she's also very highly educated, not taking away from her whatsoever. The point is, like, she speaks to that thing that they romanticize. And she unseated one of the most powerful people in the country in a primary. She did that. She didn't have name recognition. She didn't have like money and like establishment backing. The opposite. And in the case of Bernie, I mean, he lost against Hillary Clinton, but he withstood the Clinton dynasty, like the Clinton political machine, which, I mean, it's before your time, but the Clinton political machine was a force of nature. It was the money and power and just connections, the influence of the Clinton political machine was insane. Okay. And Bernie, who, dude was a senator, but not widely known. I didn't know him in 2016. He came out of nowhere and brought this thing that would easily be called, dude, that's just crazy. That's socialism. Brought it to the forefront and made it so people are like, not only is this not socialism, I support this thing. Not only do I not know this person, and not only do I typically not agree with this policy position, now I want to vote for this thing. Bernie did that. And then he did it in 2020, sort of, almost. He like withstood a primary field of 20-something people.
Listen,
and some of them pretty high power. He withstood all of that.
Yeah.
Listen, we have other people in the box, so I usually don't keep friendlies up for too long. But we appreciate you coming up, man.
Bernie got me re-involved in politics, for sure.
Yeah, that's really when I started paying attention.
Yeah, I grew up paying attention because of my mom, who was a journalist, but I like left it, went to college, and was like whatever about it, and then Bernie got me paying attention again. First time I voted was his primary.
Damn, this person's not connecting.
The first person that I ever donated to was Bernie.
Yeah, I think the same here.
Hi, everybody. Thank you.
Hello, Tony. Welcome back.
You look so tired.
I know. Everybody's been saying that today too. I actually feel very rested. But yeah,
Oh, maybe
my eyes do look like I have whatever bags beneath my eyes. So
yeah, from the monitor. I would love to speak out because I live in Europe because of the social security and to healthcare, because I have the feeling that, especially to the MAGA people or to the right, there is, because it's called free healthcare, and you have to know it's not for free. I give a big part of my check away. It depends on how much you make, and and it pays for my social insurance. It pays for my health insurance. If I get old and somebody needs to take care of me, it pays for, and it pays taxes. And the benefit is that I'm always easy when I lose my job. When I lose my job, I have the right for 1 year of a percentage of the money I made, but it's 1 year into, I'm not sure, 3 years. So, you can't do it like year after year after year. But still, if you lose your job, you're going on the next job, of course. Some people take a rest for a month and say, and I think it's fine, okay, organize and whatever, and then they go on the next job. And of course, you always have a small percentage of persons who take advantage. But I don't understand why, for the right, why you don't like the feeling that if you lose your job, I know I can take my baby, my son is adult, but if I had one, and just go to the hospital or go to the doctor without even thinking about it. No matter how high the bill is, my insurance will pay the medical bill if it's necessary. I mean, they don't do any, the beauty stuff or but if it's necessary, from a medical perspective, they pay it. They even pay. We have a lot of programs for prevention, so people don't get ill. You don't have to pay for it. And I just want to point out first, it's not for free, and I would love to understand why, for the right, they think it's wrong to be safe in a sense of healthcare. And if I lose my job and, I'm not safe, I have nothing to eat if I don't, if I don't have money in the bank account. Because it's not communism, it's just taking care for each other. Actually, I'm not a Christian, but I'm nothing. But it's even isn't that this the whole idea also of the Bible? Because so many MAGA people and um, um, are Christians. This isn't this the essence that you can buy food, that you stay healthy. I don't know why this idea is in the head that it's bad to take care. And even, it's like insurance. I have to pay even when I don't need it. But I never think about, what if I have problems, medical problems? There is a limit to teeth dental treatment, because they only do it to the point where it's necessary. Um, and if you want a nicer version, you have to pay for it, but you still are healthy. And I think this is so important and relaxes, but it's no present or something. And we pay for it, and it's like sharing. It's like sharing with my people what I earn, and I know they will be there for me when I need them. I mean, this is the big idea behind it, and it works. Of course, it doesn't work perfectly. You always have to adjust and like every system, every idea, it has problem, but basically, it works. So I don't understand why it's political thing for Christians not to share. I don't understand how you get these ideas together that only the strongest may survive. I would just love to understand it, and let you guys know how good it feels to go to bed even when my whole life is a mess. Um, my neighbor just lost a job, and she's like, well, okay. Um, but she's fine. She knows she's gonna hop on another job. And I talked to her this morning. I have no idea if she's gonna. She told me, I think I'm gonna take a month, cause and then she hops on the next job, and it's like sharing. And I'm not mad at her. I don't feel like I pay her months because I know she's working all the time and working very hard. It's just normal people trying to get along through life, sticking together. I'm done. Sorry, I just wanted to share that, Pickles.
I appreciate you. I thank you for saying that. I agree. I think it's a simple concept, and yeah, yeah. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, there's nothing, that's the clue. There's nothing complicated about it. It's just taking care of each other. And that's all it is. And it makes me feel good. Even when other people are sick, I know they're not going to die or suffer. I can help them. Basically, I also feel like I can help a little bit, just a little bit. Thanks for having me. Thank you. You can drop
Anytime.
me off.
Thank you, Tony. Chad, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Also, don't forget to give these two a follow and all of your gifts.
Thank you, Pickles.
Guys, also, if you're friendly, do not request.
Hi, Cottage. Thank you, Cottage.
Thank you, T-Hawk, for the Cash App. You said David, aka Dale, is a sad sack of shit. Yeah.
Hard to believe why Americans are so resistant to this. Yeah, Steph, in my experience, honestly, it's just because like Americans can't even imagine the existential difference it makes. You know what I mean? Like I grew up with universal health care. I regret every day leaving that behind. Every fucking day, man. But it's hard to explain, and like Americans have agreed with me when they have in turn moved to Europe, like that they recognize the difference. There's like this existential like back burner dread or fear you have in America that just doesn't exist under that sort of system. But it is so foreign. It's such a like foreign concept, and it's hard to put into words. You can't quantify it unless you actually get to experience the other thing. And it seems like an obvious idea, but I think to a lot of Americans, it seems like they can't imagine a system that just helps them that they don't have to think about. You know, I think that's what it is. I think Americans are really bad at conceptualizing a system that helps them that they don't have to constantly be worried or thinking about. Because in America, like, you gotta be, it's like drawing blood from a stone, man. Any little thing you get out of this country, you gotta really, they put you through the ringer for it. And I don't think it should be that way. You know what I mean? Personally, I think if we're gonna give people services, we shouldn't like on purpose make it the most painful, time-consuming thing in the world to do. But Americans love this stuff. They do. On some level, I think they do.
I think it's like a byproduct of this insistence on promoting like rugged individualism. Like that's so many Americans, like generations of Americans were raised on this weird notion that everybody's their own island. Like, yeah, I don't need anyone else. I'm an individual. I'm self-sufficient. I don't need society. Like, okay, the cowboy era's over, y'all. Like, we're not homesteading like Little House on the Prairie, okay? You know, and that's not a bad thing. It's okay to be part of like a greater thing. It's okay to be part of a society and to, be dependent upon society because society is dependent upon you as well. It's not a negative thing. I think people ascribe like a negative connotation to, I need this thing. Like it's okay to have like some collectivist notion. Like it's okay.
I do think there's also there's something to that too of like American media. We romanticize so much of it, like we romanticize struggle, and like as someone who works in the film industry, you know, and was much more on that track before the pandemic. Like, it's good story, right? Struggle makes for great story. But ironically, like a couple, you know, I don't often watch Spanish TV, but literally two of the maybe both, I guess, of the Spanish TV show. No, two of the like Spanish TV shows where someone had this like existential threat to them. They literally had to make it that the main character in both of these had a family member that for some reason was in America getting American medical treatment. Spain has some of the best medical treatment in the world. By the way, we have one of the greatest health systems and very, very high quality medical care. But so they had to come up in order to have an existential threat and like this fear of money to put someone into a dangerous enough position where they were still the good guy, but had to get into some trouble, some like money related criminal trouble. They literally had to give them a loved one that was in the United States for a reason, receiving medical care. Because and that's what, and they needed it for the story, because again, it gives you a good hero's journey for sure. That struggle that, you know, oh, they're only doing crime because they have to, because, you know, whatever. But without America's healthcare system, literally the Spanish characters in these shows wouldn't have been given a big enough struggle to kind of like, because it just like wouldn't be a thing. Does that make sense?
If you think about it, Breaking Bad would be the same thing.
Breaking Bad, yeah, is a perfect example. It can't.
God, that's so true.
Yeah. If you guys know Money Heist, I mean, you know, slight spoiler alert for the background of a character. It turns out that like one of their family members had to go to the United States. And there's another TV show very similarly that his ex-wife is American, so his daughter is American, and therefore that's why she's in America getting treated for cancer. It's fucking ridiculous, dude.
Madeline, thank you so much for the Venmo. It says appreciate you. Thanks for the work you put in. Thank you. Thank you so much.
If it helps, I can swear if, you know, struggle is drama and sells, of course, in, you know, Hollywood or wherever. But I swear to God, there is enough struggle left, even with healthcare. So it's such a benefit, and it's not poor.
Uh-oh. Riz.
I don't know who brought her up, but someone also kicked her.
So
Guys,
I think that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So sorry, guys. If you're friendly, my mods will kick you. I think one might have let you join, and the other one kicked you. I'm sorry.
Come on, MAGA. Here, MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. The ops are afraid today. Clearly, MAGA's got nothing to argue on behalf of.
Yeah, MAGA, hop in the box. Hop in the box.
You mentioned Spain, and it reminded me of this thing that I'd heard years ago. I was trying to find it. It may have been Melissa Wright, but there was this story. I thought it was a dude who like wrote a blog or their story about how they needed some surgery. And I think I want to say it was a knee surgery, but I genuinely cannot remember for the life of me. But the guy needed a knee surgery. He asked like the doctor, okay, about how much would this cost? His insurance quoted him at like a certain amount. And it was insane. It was, you know, over $10,000. He figured out that he could fly first class to Spain, spend however long there in like a nice hotel for the whole thing, like recovery and all, and then fly back first class. And it would be cheaper than to just like go up the road and get the knee surgery done in the US.
Yep. That's how That's how I've gotten my dental work for the last 15 years. I do, yeah, round trip flight to Spain. And I mean, in fact, I've had trips that were like, I've visited 3 to 4 countries in Europe just to see my different friends. And granted, I had friends to stay with and family to stay with, so that wasn't a thing. But like all the round trip flights, all that stuff, plus the dental work, never added up to the same as just getting the dental work in America with insurance costs.
Jesus Christ. Is that exclusive only to citizens?
Yes and no. You have to. No, you can definitely get care there if you're not a citizen. Definitely if you're a resident. If you're visiting, I think you can. They charge you like a little bit, but like really not that much. Like when I was a kid, I remember going with my friend's little brother. He needed stitches, and they were American, and his mom like freaked out because she thought she was gonna have a huge bill to pay. And I just remember she was like so anxious, and I thought she was worried about her kid. That made sense, I went in with him just to translate for them. He got the stitches, and as we were walking out, she was like, "We don't have health insurance. Oh my God, just tell them, like, okay, like I'm gonna have to pay the whole bill today. Just tell them that." And we're like, okay. Walk up to the window, and they give us the bill, and it's because he's not a citizen. She was like, because he's not a citizen, you have to pay. And she was like, I know, whatever. And it was like 150 euro.
Oh God.
That's it. And this woman was like, no. Tell them that I want to pay all of it today. We don't have health insurance. I need to pay all of it today. Put as much as you can on this card, and then if we have to, we'll put the rest on this card, and whatever. And I was like, double checked. I was like, 150 euros. She's like, yeah, no, this is the whole bill, all of it. You'll never have to pay another cent again after this. And she's like, but he's not a citizen. It took like 3 or 4 times, like clarifying, like, no, this is it. This is it. And the way she walked out of there, just like gobsmacked, was, I was a kid, so I didn't entirely understand what was going on, but it like left an impression on me that I was like, oh, like that's what it looks like to be afraid of the costs of like medical care and stuff. And of course, I had no concept of like, I had almost the exact same type of injury as him, went in for stitches in the United States, in America. Granted, I needed to get a CT scan. With insurance, it cost me over $6,000,
Jesus, yeah.
And whatever. It's just...
I had a similar experience in the UK. My ex, this was before, she and I married to stay together, and then we split up later on. But we were just dating at that point. I was doing study abroad, and my parents had come over to visit with my brother. And so things happened. I ended up having to go to the ER and get some stitches. There was like, I'll leave out the gory details. Basically, there was a piece of glass in my hand. So they had to do an x-ray to make sure it was just one piece. And then they had to do the thing and stitch me up. My brother, exact same thought process of like, oh, fuck, okay, all right. And at the end, once it was done, asked them, okay, what's the bill? And they're like, you're good. Like, just pay parking. And then once I became, I guess I got the UK version of a green card. I was a resident there. I ended up having to have like a hip replacement done. And I remember when the doctor told me, we're going to have to send you in to get an MRI done, I was like freaking out. And on the way home, my ex was looking at me like, what's wrong? I said, I'm gonna have to get an MRI done, and there's gonna be a specialist. Like, that's gonna cost a lot of money. She said, no, it's not. It's the NHS. I was like, oh yeah. And then the surgery was covered too. Like, I think we had to pay for parking. I had there was a nurse who made a house call, who had to come a week later and change some stuff, some bandages, and physical therapy. All of it.
Hmm. Oh yeah. Yeah, they have lots of house call doctors in Europe and all that stuff too. It's just way better. It's way better care. I will say the one thing, the difference, like like well, we it's like they're stuck in the 1960s, and I'm like, why? Just because like they haven't updated the paint and like, so a lot of the hospitals like they don't look run down, right? I mean, like they don't look bad. They're not crumbling. They're not in disrepair. It's just that like they'll buy equipment and they won't replace it until they really need to, you know what I mean? But more so like the hallways, my dad was in the hospital for a week, again, didn't pay a cent, and the hallways had like paint that to me looked very 90s when it was going through. I'm sure it was from later than the 90s, but it just like looked a little bit like old school.
Yeah.
And it didn't have the like whatever the style is now, like the Apple minimalist nonsense, and they were just like, I mean, it feels, they have the beds that are the same beds we had in the 80s, the same hospital. And I'm like, okay, but does the hospital bed do the exact thing that you need it to do? And they're like, yeah, it just feels like very just, and it's like, okay, but why are they going to waste millions of dollars on buying the newest version of the exact same thing every single year? That's just putting money into the pockets of more corporate, it's just bullshit. It's all just bullshit. So I don't know. That is happening in most hospitals in most red states. That's true too.
Y'all, it's 1 a.m. It's 1 a.m. I think.
Oh Jesus! I didn't realize how late it was. Oh my God.
Yeah, we might go watch movies.
What movie?
Fight Club.
Fight Club. Nice.
I saw Miss Chandler in the chat mentioned American History X. To anybody that has not seen that movie, all the trigger warnings, every single one of them.
Yeah.
Can
Actually,
you put like a
watch it.
trigger warning thing on the channel or something?
I should. I definitely should.
It is a good movie.
Okay. Y'all. Chat. I love yous. Corduroy in July. I know. Y'all. God damn it. All right. Chat. I love you. I'll see y'all in Discord for the rest of you. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a good night / morning. Smooshies.
Everyone, give the last of your gifts and cents to Pickles. Send him off with a good one.
Thank you.
What time will you be on tomorrow?
I don't know why.
I was just curious.
I might aim for like 2.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right, y'all. Catch y'all later.
See ya.